I'm from Singapore,
Australia,
Czech Republic,
Saudi Arabia,
USA,
UK,
every corner of the world.
Hey everyone.
Hola a todos.
AWS Girls Chile.
User group based in Douala.
AWS builds community.
Working with the AWS community allows you to make sense of so many areas in AWS.
Getting to learn from so many interesting people, so many different walks of life.
To share great quality content.
With diverse experience and such a great enthusiasm.
My favorite thing about the AWS community is how generously people share their stories and their experiences.
Very powerful to be a part of a global community.
It's really exciting to be a trailblazer within the community.
To learn and interact with lots of people.
It's totally buzzing. Always something to feed your curiosity.
It's a special place.
Community is amazing.
I love being part of this community.
Join one of these communities. See you soon.
Hello everyone and welcome to Community Day ASEAN 2021. My name is Serena and I'm the developer marketing lead for ASEAN, and together with the developer and community teams at AWS, we are so excited to welcome you to Community Day ASEAN 2021. Now, as you guys know, this is an event organized by the community for the community, and AWS is really excited to be supporting the communities and the user groups today in bringing you some impact and value and for your learnings. AWS Community Day events are community-led conferences that deliver peer-to-peer learning and networking, providing developers with an opportunity to acquire AWS knowledge from each other. And in this year's Community Day for ASEAN, you'll be able to learn about some of the AWS latest tools and technologies from industry experts, our AWS heroes, community builders, user group leaders, and also have an opportunity to take part in some of our quizzes, score swags, and also participate in our ASEAN community's first ever Community Awards 2021. So it's a very, very exciting and jam-packed day ahead. Now, guys, before we get started, if you're interested in finding out what's going to happen for the rest of the day, you can always refer back to the landing page where you registered for, and that's at AWS Community Day ASEAN 2021.splashthat.com. That's AWS Community ASEAN 2021.splashthat.com, where you can take a look at the full day's agenda taking place from 1 p.m. Singapore time today all the way to 5 p.m. Now, do stay tuned and stay all the way, guys, because we will be having quizzes and giveaways and a lucky draw where you will stand a chance to win really attractive prizes such as an Amazon Echo and as well as loads and loads of Amazon voucher giveaways. And of course, for the very first time ever in Southeast Asia, we will be having the Community Awards, where we celebrate the greatest and the brightest individuals and user group leaders and communities who have really made a splash in the community scene. Now, without further ado, guys, let's kick off the event and let's check out the highlights of this year of the community in Southeast Asia.
I'm from Singapore.
From Vietnam.
AWS User Group Thailand.
I'm an AWS Community Builder.
I run the user group in Singapore as a community hero.
I'm an AWS Community Builder.
I love AWS Community.
Go AWS.
I'm so proud that all the group members are very proactive to support each other.
I'm really passionate about making artificial intelligence and machine learning more accessible.
I'm also one of the AWS machine learning heroes around the world.
It's a global, positive and diverse community.
ผมเป็น Amazon Web Service Community Hero ประจำประเทศไทยนะครับ
The love of the technology and the friendship in the community.
Go AWS!
Wow, wasn't that amazing? And that was some of the highlights and the exciting stuff that took place for this year in all of the user groups and communities around ASEAN. Now, next up, for our opening address, we're going to have Chief Evangelist of AWS, Jeff Barr, who will be coming forth to give us his opening address, giving us some of his thoughts and highlights about the recent reInvent announcements, and as well as paying tribute to some of the key tech leaders, user group leaders, and community individuals who have been really making an impact and giving back to the developer community in ASEAN this year. Let's
Hello, this is Jeff Parr coming to you from Seattle. I'm VP and Chief Evangelist for AWS. I have been at Amazon for just about 20 years. I write the AWS news blog and I bring you the latest and greatest in the way of new services, new features, new regions, price reductions, and so forth. Before our event fully kicks off today, I want to give you just a few words to get things moving. So let's start off with a little bit of a year in review for the AWS community in ASEAN. It's been just a really amazing year. Great contributions from the user group leaders, the AWS heroes, the community builders, and from their audiences. You and all the other community members that are connecting with, listening to, learning from all of the great content that they build and that they share. Today is a community day, and we're in a pandemic, of course, but the thing that's really impressed me is that user groups just continue to thrive. They adapt, they reinvent, and they figure out that they can hold virtual events when you can't get together physically. Been so many amazing community events in 2021 in your region. So far this year, 106 AWS user group community events. That's just an astounding number. Within the user groups in the Singapore and Malaysia and the Philippines, they've managed to hold at least one event just about every month, which is just really, really awesome. Great work, everybody who's done that. Within the Indonesia and the Philippines, those events have reached over 21,204 developers. That's the highest in the region. It's been just a great year for the community. We've done a lot to recognize those who are helping to organize and build these communities. In fact, we've recognized 128 new community builders and technology influencers. This is the second highest in all of Asia Pacific, and based on population density, this is actually the highest. So congratulations to all of our 128 new community builders and technology influencers. We'd also like to extend a really special welcome to our two of our new AWS heroes. We've got Kaushik, who's our first hero in Malaysia, and Setya, who's our first hero in Indonesia. Satya and Kaushik and others have just done a great job of pushing things forward and creating amazing content. Here's just a few of a lot of examples that I chose from. So Satya in Indonesia, he's created 16 videos in just 4 months, and he's used that to show his YouTube audience, over 70,000 members, how to build on AWS. That's a lot of videos. If you've never created a video before, it might say, well, just 16? Well, creating a video is a huge amount of work, and each minute of finished content might be many minutes or even sometimes several hours worth of work to create and script and record and re-record and to, of course, to learn beforehand. So amazing accomplishment doing that. Joshua in the Philippines, he published a machine learning with Amazon SageMaker cookbook with over 80 recipes inside. Juve in Singapore, Juve received an AWS machine learning scholarship. He used that to graduate from Udacity, and Juve also created the reInvent 2021 AI ML session guide. And in the Philippines, Rafael, he launched a dedicated AWS ASEAN community on the dev.to platform to kind of put his arms around and centralize all the great content being created by all of you within the region. These are just 4 of the accomplishments of our heroes, and great work to all of you, and keep up the just amazing work. So many of these leaders and other community members, they're going to be speaking today, so do your best to listen to and learn from them. Take these videos, these lessons very seriously. Take it back to your job if you use AWS on the job, and see what you can do to actually put everything you learn into practice. You don't always have to put it into production, but dip your toe in the water, get a little bit of experience, get a little bit of understanding of some of these new services, and I'm really confident it's going to serve you well. With that, I want to just pick just a few of my favorite launches from reInvent 2021. As you know, it just wrapped up a few weeks ago. We had over 27,000 people in Las Vegas, and as always, we had some great keynotes. We got to see the expo hall. But we really focused on learning with just hundreds and hundreds of different sessions focusing on current services, new services, different verticals that AWS is being put to use in. Of course, all the different kinds of launches from new local zones and wavelength zones to instances and enhancements to our database services, lots and lots of action in serverless and machine learning and IoT and robotics. So just really something for everybody. I had a really hard time picking just 3, and I'm just going to tell you just a little bit about each of those to wrap things up for my session. So if you've ever used the VPC, the virtual private cloud, you've got a lot of flexibility as you define your networking, but you want to make sure that your definition is actually in accord with your expectations. So the VPC Network Analyzer, this is for you. The idea is you get to define a network scope. So a network scope is basically an access pattern that says this is an expected reachability or connectivity within one of my VPCs. And you can reference, within that scope, you can reference all the different kinds of network elements of AWS. You can reference security groups and network ACLs and transit gateways and load balancers and route tables and peering connections and load balancers and so forth. So you define this scope, and then you evaluate your network configuration using this scope. Now, behind the scenes, it's not doing any network scanning. Instead, it uses something really, really cool and quite sophisticated called an automated reasoning tool, where it's mathematically proving the reachability or the lack of reachability of each of your network elements according to the defined scope. It runs rather quickly, and it gives you a set of findings. If you see that nice little ring in the slide there, you can click on those findings and you can narrow those down by category, and you can then decide which of those are expected connections and which others are things you don't want to allow. You can then put some exclusions in your network scope to do a little bit more fine-grained control. So you can use this in a couple different ways. You could use this as part of a security review to periodically check and make sure your network is is configured in accord with your expectations. Or you could also set it up as part of your CI/CD deployment pipeline. So each time that you roll out a change, you can then evaluate your network right away and make sure that you haven't inadvertently removed some access or granted some extra access that wasn't really needed. So VPC Network Analyzer. I should mention that for this and for the next two items as well, I actually have written blog posts for each of those. You can find those on the AWS News blog site. All right, you might already know a little bit about AWS Outposts. We launched the AWS Outposts rack a couple years ago. Now that's the big, tall, imposing server there on the right. It's an 80-inch tall rack. It's what's known as a 42U rack. So it holds a very substantial amount of compute and storage. The whole premise, if you will, of the Outpost server family is you get to use the same AWS infrastructure, the same services, the same APIs, and the same tools. You can use all of the things you've spent perhaps years learning how to use in the cloud and building up your skills, building all your knowledge, maybe training your staff. All of that still applies when you can run Outposts on premises. So we launched two new models. There's a 1U model, that's the really short one on the left, that has Graviton 2 processors inside. And then we launched another model that's 2 rack units tall that has an Intel processors inside. On all of these members of the Outpost family, you can run a variety of different AWS services locally. You can launch EC2 instances, you can set up ECS clusters, and you can also run edge services like AWS IoT Greengrass. So if you're using IoT in your factory floor, for example, or in your warehouse, or in a stadium, or on a campus, you might want to use Outpost servers locally to do the first level of data aggregation and analysis, and perhaps some response. If you need incredibly low latency, you can have these servers running on premises, and then go back to the cloud for the more complex, the more time-consuming data storage and work. You order these through the AWS console. I actually detail all of that in my blog post. You order, and then once the devices arrive, you can either have your own data center personnel install them, or you can work with a third-party vendor to get them installed. Basically, put them in a suitable location, connect up power, connect up networking, do a little bit of initial network config, and you're up and running. And the last one is a recycle bin for EBS snapshots. So if you've used EBS snapshots, you know they tend to accumulate pretty quickly if you're doing a good job of backing up your data. And what we found is that sometimes customers will go through their list of snapshots and they'll say, wow, I've got a whole lot of snapshots here. I'm just going to start kind of cleaning things up a bit, save a little bit of money by just deleting a whole bunch. Well, this tends to happen occasionally in places where you've got maybe a little bit of distributed control. Not everybody's quite sure what all these snapshots are being kept around for. So we do see from time to time, one part of a customer org deletes a bunch of snapshots, and the other part says, whoa, where'd all my snapshots go? So it turns out that having this recycle bin is a great way to easily handle this somewhat common situation. What you get to do is you get to specify some retention rules for either all of your snapshots that have been deleted or for snapshots that have been tagged in a particular way. Once these snapshots are in the recycle bin, they will stay there for a defined retention period. If you decide that you need them, you can do a simple recovery and get them back. And you can control access to all the rules and the resources using IAM as usual. And with that, I know that we've got a really exciting agenda lined up for you. We've got the first ever ASEAN AWS Community Awards ready to give out. We're going to celebrate some groups and individuals. Those have really put so much time and energy and hard work into building and sustaining these communities. And with that, thank you so much for watching and have a great event.
I'm from Singapore.
From Vietnam.
AWS User Group Thailand.
I'm an AWS Community Builder.
I run the user group in Singapore as a community hero.
I'm an AWS Community Leader.
I love AWS Community.
Go AWS. I'm so proud that all the group members are very proactive to support each other.
I'm really passionate about making artificial intelligence and machine learning more accessible.
I am also one of the AWS machine learning heroes around the world.
It's a global, positive and diverse community.
ผมเป็น Amazon Web Service Community Hero ประจำประเทศไทยนะครับ
The love of the technology and the friendship in the community.
Go AWS.
Thanks, Jeff. And hello again, guys. Welcome to Community Days ASEAN 2021 for those of you who have just joined us. Now, that was Jeff Barr, Chief Evangelist of AWS, going through some of the announcements that he's most excited about at our recent reInvent 2021, and also calling out the great work that our AWS heroes, community builders, and AWS group leaders have been doing this year. Now, for those of you who have just joined us, welcome again to AWS Community Day ASEAN 2021, where we are bringing you amazing tech content by community for the community. Now, please stay tuned throughout the day because we have an exciting jam-packed agenda where you will be able to hear from our community builders, our AWS heroes, and the user group leaders sharing their own experience and knowledge building on AWS, the tech experiences, and also some tips from you if you are keen to grow your own community journey and how to expand your own personal career and self-development. Now, coming next, also, we will have other items such as a community lightning rounds, where we will have 3 special community builders who will be talking about all things developers and their experience building on AWS. We'll also have presentation sessions, quizzes, community awards, and giveaways. So do stay tuned with us through the day. So coming next up, we are going to have 3 lightning round sessions, as I mentioned. And first up, that would be the session title, Manage Code Commit and Code Pipeline in Multiple AWS Accounts. And that's by Arshad Zakaria, DevOps Consultant of Palo IT, and also our community builder. On to you, Arshad.
Hi, Sarah. Hi everyone, welcome to the AWS Community Day ASEAN 2021. So about myself, I'm Arshad Zakaria, currently working as a DevOps consultant at Palo IT Singapore. So mainly what I do is I support organizations with enable DevOps, help them to follow the best practices of DevOps and enable the DevOps culture. So mainly I focus on mainly the DevOps and DevSecOps area. So I'm an AWS community builder, and I'm a huge AWS fanboy. So today we are going to talk about a bit about how we manage the code commit for multiple pipelines in different other cross account when you have organization in our company. So how we usually do things right before. Usually what we do is basically we have multiple organization accounts in our AWS organization. So we have our separate code pipelines to build our code artifact. Maybe it can be an image or some a package of our application. So it can be anything. So the main concern about this is like when you're following this method, like you have multiple accounts and you have to maintain these your AWS code committing multiple accounts in some scenarios. It's not actually a good practice to do it, because it's separated. So again, when it comes to when you're talking about the best DevOps practices, it's not a good thing to do. So mainly when you're talking about the single source of truth, this cannot be, that this cannot be compliance to our organization things. So why this method is needed? Like why we were used to have different environments. So people can ask like, okay, why can't we have one code commit and one code build and share the artifact from one single account. Yes, that's a good practice. But some organization, we have our own compliances. We have to build our own code inside our own organization account. So in that case, this is a special scenario. We have to maintain this repo in multiple accounts. So, but again, we can rectify these things in different methods. So next slides, I'll be explaining how we're going to do these things. So another requirement may be, access the resources in the same environment. If you're using your own, for example, if you have the production account, development account, and your secret should be in that as a particular account, and for your organization, compliances may be violated if you're going to share across the account. So in these cases, we have to keep it in the same account. So isolate the build and artifact. So again, for example, I'll give you a good example. Like if you're going to build bake an image, it can be IAM, it can be AMI or a content image in ECR. So, but you want to, when you're building, you want to inject something like maybe a configuration file or something like that. So in that case, people are using these methods. So let's talk about a bit of single source of truth, how important this is, right? So if I'm not following these steps, what can be happen? So what can be happens is like, it can be a human error. So for example, if you have a developer account and the production account, another UAT account, so source code can be different from each other. So there can be human errors, there's no any single source of truth. Then there can be another scenario, like if you're syncing this source code between accounts, right? There can be human errors can happen. Like what if you're syncing the wrong way the code? So definitely there can be you can miss the changes of your code. So these are the main concerns about having these shared methods of the code. So what are the limitations in code commit? So when it comes to code pipeline, there's no any direct way you can connect the cross-account code commit repository in the pipeline, and you can build and build the artifact and do the deployments. And some changes cannot be performed using the UI still, I'm sure, because AWS debuted featuring new stuffs. So definitely, I hope there will be a feature for this. So from UI, we can able to change these things very easily. So this is the proposed solution. It's so in this scenario, we have two accounts. Your left side, you can see the production AWS account, and the right side, you can see the developer account. So here, what we're going to do is we're going to keep the AWS account infrastructure or a DevOps account, or you can name it anything. Like maybe let's assume that's the main account, all your infrastructure resources stored, all your configuration, your security keys, everything is stored in infrastructure account. So we are going to use the AWS code commit in that particular account. So developers can follow their best practices to maintain their branching mechanisms to keep their code in that account. So we are not going to use multiple AWS code committing all each account. So we are going to keep only one in this infrastructure account. So this code commit, what will happen when there's a change or any change triggered, it will trigger an event to the event bridge. So this event bridge, how it's working is it's a cross-account event bridge. So we have to set up the permission to trigger these accordingly. That you have to be very careful when you're configuring this. You have to particularly segregate and isolate your environment, each resources. It's better to do that rather than opening to all the events. So we can trigger the AWS code pipeline according to the branches. So let's example, okay, there's a feature branch and they're going to merge to the development branch. So we are configuring the event bridge and the code pipeline to trigger the pipeline when there's a code merge to the develop branch to automatically trigger the code pipeline. So the source stage, what will happen? So we are setting up IAM role cross account for the code pipeline service role to access the AWS code commit from the other accounts like developer and production, can be UAT, staging, multiple accounts. So then what will happen, the trigger, so as usual, it will pull the source code from the infrastructure account and start build, and it will store the artifact. In this scenario, I'm storing in the S3 bucket. Let's assume it's a Maven package or something like that. So I'm going to store in the S3 bucket. So in this scenario, I'm sharing the AWS KMS keys from the infrastructure account. So it's very easy, and we can make sure that our key is stored in a single account, and it's we are sharing across the other organizations. So I'll give you one example why they really important to have your key management in one account. So a recent scenario, what happens? We had some automations. Let's assume automation to do maybe a file backups, maybe file syncs. So it's related to S3 buckets. So if someone mistakenly delete the key from that particular account, you cannot you cannot retrieve the key back, right? So it's for the security purpose. So there's a scenario happened like a couple of months ago, something like that. I was having a conversation with one of my friends. So the main reason there was automation. So the main reason to they stopped the automation. What happened is they mistakenly deleted the key from one of the accounts. So it's very particular. You have to make sure you can keep the key management in one account. So you can keep another security account like AWS account, another organization as a security. I think it's much better rather than this. But for this demo, with the limited time, I just created this one to explain how it's working. So another best practice is you can have a separate account for the security and keep that key management, and from the cross-account policies, you can access this one. So using this scenario, actually, we can mitigate a lot of things and make sure we are going to have a fully automated pipelines, but our source code is stored in one place. So the single source of truth will be there, and we can make sure no any human errors are happening. So there's no any again, there's no direct way to do it. Once a pipeline is created, cannot update the cross-account code commit settings like branch name using the UI. So we have to go through the AWS CLI commands to do that. So this community day session, I plan to share my experience and how we can do these things among other builders and other developers. So I'm planning to record in detail video how I did it, and how step by step the IAM roles and access policies. In a couple of weeks, I'm planning to upload this one. So thank you very much for joining with us today, AWS Community Day ASEAN 2021. So if you have any questions, please raise up. So I'm happy to help.
All right. Awesome. Thanks, Zach. Thanks for that wonderful session. So if you have any questions for Zach, I think we can take a couple of questions as well. So up until we have Serena joining with us. So please do feel free to let us know. Let us know if you have any questions in the question like you're in the live Q&A section. So there's one question, Arshad, where could we find the demo available? So that's sort of one question that's been asked as well.
Yeah, so that we suddenly prepared for this at the limited time period. I couldn't able to add the demo here. So give me 1 week. I'll be upload in our AWS community builders groups and other resource areas. you can find the demo there. So definitely you will be hearing from me, Shafraz, all the AWS team about that video. Yeah.
Awesome. So Arshad, we call him Zach as well. So Zach, now you are sharing about this challenge. This can be one of it's pretty critical, right? When you like delete the kills, etc. So now in a situation like that, what was the sort of like the mitigation plan that your friend had in place?
So you mean rectify the issue, or else
yeah, to rectify the issue. Yeah.
Okay, actually, it's good that it's kind of a stateless application. So like you can recreate the artifact and builds and everything again and again. So what happens? Had to recreate the new key and assign to that bucket, and I have to create the object again from the beginning. Yeah. So there's no any way that you can retrieve the key, because for the security reasons. Yeah. So I have to recreate it. But imagine, right, if anything like your archives or like any backups, it's gonna be a disaster, right? So yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. Awesome. So with that, let me bring in Serena back to the stream.
Hi guys, sorry, technical difficulties there. Yeah, but awesome session, Ashad. Thank you so much for that. And guys, our speakers will be hanging around and they will be with us through the session. So if you have any other questions, just feel free to pop them into the chat. Yeah. Now, for those of you who have just joined us, welcome to Community Day ASEAN 2021. My name is Serena. I'm a developer marketing lead for ASEAN with AWS. And of course, joining me today are a whole load of the AWS user group leaders, heroes, and community builders, just celebrating the community and also the end of the year. So guys, do stay with us because we really have a jam-packed agenda through the day. There's going to be quizzes. We're going to be giving away loads and loads of Amazon Echo Dots and loads of Amazon vouchers. And I really mean loads. So everyone's going to be a winner today. Just feel free, pop in your comments, engage with us, let us know your feedback, and also take part in the quizzes and the lucky draws. You won't regret it. And also, we're in the midst of our community lightning sessions right now, which are basically 15-minute short, and snazzy presentations and demo sessions by our community builders. So we're going to have 2 more sessions coming up next by Brooke, Jamison, and as well as Jones, Zachariah. So stay tuned for that. And then later on, we'll proceed on to the presentation sessions and as well as the quiz and the community awards and the lucky draw giveaways. So hang in there with us, guys, and stay with us through the afternoon. So without further ado, let's move on next to Brooke, shall we?
Yeah, sure. So Serena, let me take Zach and go back to the backstage so you can introduce Brooke.
Yes, that sounds great. Thanks a lot, Zach.
Thanks, Zach.
See you backstage. Okay, so let's now invite Brooke, who will be presenting to us a short lightning session on Amazon Recognition, COVID-19 edition, and focusing on AI ML computer vision for workplace safety. Now, Brooke is a head of enablement at blackbook.ai, and I know that when she was talking about how she would be presenting the session at the Community Days ASEAN 2021, there was a lot of comments saying how relevant her session and topic would be, especially with the pandemic taking place this year. So sit back and enjoy, guys, and on to you, Brooke.
AWS Community Day. My name is Brooke Jamison, and today I'll be presenting about Amazon Recognition and using artificial intelligence and machine learning computer vision to enhance workplace safety. I'm head of enablement for AI machine learning and data at Blackbook AI, and I'm also an AWS community builder for machine learning, and it's an absolute privilege to be joining you all today. I'm presenting from Brisbane, Australia, and I'd like to start today's presentation by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land I'm broadcasting from today, the Yagara and Turrbal people. I'd also like to pay my respects to elders past and present. This acknowledgement of country is really important to Australians, so I wanted to share this with you all today. And if you'd like to learn more about Australia's history, especially with First Nations people, I really recommend having a quick Google after the event because there's so much rich history. Also, a little about me. So I'm head of enablement for Blackbook AI, which is an Australian consulting company and AWS partner. We have about 150 staff across Australia in Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne. And this is some of our team. If you can see me, I'm in the blue dress at the back. Blackbook specializes in artificial intelligence and machine learning, as well as robotic process automation, data ops, and full stack digital development. So we get lots of really interesting clients coming to us with interesting problems. And my presentation today is about a use case I've worked on using some Amazon technology. So Amazon Recognition is a service from AWS that allows you to automate your image and video analysis with machine learning. And as you can see, I've tried to add some translations that I found on the AWS website onto my slides, so hopefully these help. I'm sorry they're not there the whole time, but I'm doing my best. Amazon Recognition is a really handy service because you can quickly add pre-trained or customizable computer vision APIs to your applications without really needing to build machine learning models and the infrastructure from scratch. This means you're not starting from zero and you can build on what's already working well. Using this service, you can analyze millions of images and videos within minutes and augment human visual review tasks with artificial intelligence. We'll cover some use cases in a moment, but this is a really handy service for a number of different industries. And like all AWS services, you can scale up or down based on your business needs with fully managed AI capabilities. So you're only paying for the images and videos you analyze. And if you've studied for any AWS certifications, you'll be familiar with the 6 advantages of cloud computing, things like trade capital expense for variable expense, benefit from massive economies of scale, stop guessing capacity, increase speed and agility, stop spending money running and maintaining data centers, and go global in minutes. Amazon Recognition is no different and really embodies all of these. So think about those advantages of cloud computing when you're thinking about Amazon Recognition. And the pre-trained and customizable computer vision capabilities to extract information and insights from your images and videos can extend across many different use cases for different industries, and we'll step through some of them now. So first up, content moderation, which allows you to detect potentially unsafe, inappropriate, or unwanted content across images and videos. Next, we've got face compare and search, which helps you to determine the similarity of a face against another picture from a private image repository. If you've used Google Photos, you'll be familiar with how it finds different people in your photos and sort of groups people together. Think of this, but at scale. Next, face detection and analysis. So you can detect faces appearing in images and videos and recognize attributes like if their eyes are open, if they're wearing glasses, and if they have facial hair for each image. Next up, we've got labeling. So you can detect thousands of objects and scenes, plus activities like delivering a package or playing soccer. This seems like fun for little side projects, which it is, but it's really, really helpful when you're doing high-end media stuff across enterprises. Enterprises have huge libraries of content that are really difficult to wade through, so things like this really help. Same with custom labels. So if you're trying to detect a custom object like a brand logo or some specific packaging, you can use automated machine learning to train your models with as few as 10 images, which is really handy. Next, which is another handy feature for really large customers, is text detection. So you can see in the image here, it's found the number from a race jersey, and you can extract skewed and distorted text from images and videos of things like street signs, social media posts, and product packaging. This is really, really helpful for some niche cases that would affect lots of different employees. So once again, handy for a side project, but really helpful for large business. Next up, one of my favorite AWS services, which is celebrity recognition. And you can identify well-known people to catalog photos and videos for things like media, marketing, and advertising. I'm absolutely fascinated about where they get the training data for this service. Amazon, if you know, please tell me. I'd love to hear. And I'll probably end up doing an entire session on this specific feature one day. I think a lot about it. It's super interesting. Next up, we have video segment detection. So this won't make sense if you've never really worked in video editing, but being able to detect key segments in videos like black frames, end credits, or slates and color bars is really, really helpful when you've got so much footage to wade through. And lastly, the star of the show, personal protective equipment or PPE detection. So you can automatically detect PPE such as helmets, gloves, and masks on people in images. And Amazon Rekognition can keep workers safe continuously by analyzing workplace images and video to determine if employees are using PPE according to the established guidelines. Safety hazards can exist in every workplace and in lots of different forms, things like sharp edges, falling objects, flying sparks, chemicals, noise, and other potentially dangerous situations. In addition, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, wearing PPE in public places and workplaces has become important to reduce the spread of the virus. However, even when people do their best to follow PPE guidelines, sometimes they can just forget to wear PPE or not realize they need to be wearing something specific in a specific area they're working in. And this puts their own safety at potential risk, but it also opens up the organization to possible regulatory and compliance issues. And today, businesses rely on on-site supervisors to individually check and remind people present in designated areas to wear PPE, which isn't really reliable, effective, or cost-efficient at scale. So with Amazon Rekognition PPE detection, clients can analyze images from their on-premises cameras across all locations to automatically detect if people in the images are wearing the required PPE, such as face covers, hand covers, or head covers. So things like, are they wearing a face mask during COVID? Are they wearing gloves? Are they wearing a helmet? Things like that. Using the PPE detection results, you can then trigger timely alarms or notifications to remind people to wear PPE before or during their presence in a hazardous area to improve and maintain everyone's safety. And this is really important because if you were just looking at historical footage, you would find out that someone wasn't wearing PPE maybe, but then that's not helpful because you can't tell them to put it on. So being able to be in the right place at the right time is really important when it comes to notification about this. And they can also aggregate the PPE detection results and analyze them by time and place to identify how safety warnings or training practices can be improved, or to generate historical reports for use during regulatory audits. So note as well that this feature doesn't perform facial analysis or facial comparison, and it can't identify the detected people in images or match their identities. So it's not looking for who the person is, it's just looking to see if they are wearing the required PPE. So to recap, the main benefits are that you can automate PPE detection at scale, you can reduce human and financial risk, and you can improve safety practices. And the key features that we'll go through in the demonstration are a quick summary per image. So it'll give you a breakdown of everything it's found in the image straight away. The PPE warn prediction. So it's not only finding if there's PPE in the image, but then showing you its prediction for whether or not that PPE is being worn correctly. So we will show you this with the mask in just a minute. The per person details. So if there's lots of people in an image, it will break down for each person what PPE are they wearing and is it being done consistently. And then custom PPE detection. So there's 3 items out of the box, I guess, that it can do automatically. So that's things like gloves, masks, and helmets. But if you would like something specific, so maybe your organization has to wear a very specific apron or a specific type of jacket or something like that, you can add that into the model really simply. And there's really good documentation on how to extend to that. So let's pop to the console for a demo. Hey, so now voiceover mode. This is what the console demo looks like. Just close that menu. And as you can see, this is a really good sample image to use because there's quite a few of these different options that it's picking up. See the head cover, which is a helmet, hand covers, which are things like gloves. You can also change this minimum required confidence level, should that be relevant to your organization, just to see what's going on. Over here, you can see the summarization results. So it will give you the ID number of the person with required ID, so it starts counting from 0 if that's a bit confusing, and then you can see groups like indeterminate if they're not sure. From here it will go through per person results, which will be a little bit more obvious in the group image, but this just has the ID for person ID 0. It's detected they're a person with 99.9% probability, as well as things like detecting their face, the face cover on their face, the face cover covering their nose, super useful for COVID, as well as picking up their left and right hand with those hand covers, and their head cover and their head. So that gives you more of like a user interface for this, but you can also go down and look at the request, what that would look like, and the response. And this part is really helpful if you want to learn more about how to develop with it, because you can really look at what the specific request should look like, and it will help you to generate that if you're not used to doing this or not used to passing those. So it's super handy. this is the other test image that they give you. So this is more of a group image, and it's showing they all have the required PPE for 0, 1, 2, and 3, obviously because they start counting from 0. This is just flicking through the people. I'm still not sure how they order the people in the image. I'm not sure. Just it seems to be a bit different every time. And then you can see the metadata for this person that's been detected, as well as the summarization of the response as well. So now what we'll do after this, sorry, I'm doing this in voiceover mode and I don't remember what I was saying here. Oh, I'm showing you if you can use head and hand coverings. So if I moved it to all on, as you can see, they all go through to the without required equipment group. And that's just because they're not wearing gloves and they should be. So that's really how that moves around with the way that you're interacting with the APIs. This is the first image of me in a mask in the office. And you can see it's grouped me with the required PPE because I just asked for a face cover, and it's detected that with 99.9% sure that I'm a person, which is very reassuring. And it's found my face cover, and it's found that my face cover is on my nose, and that's what the response looks like. And then we can try some other images as well. This one, I was trying to trick it to see what would happen. So now it's a bit not sure. So it's found that I have a face cover in the image, and it's about 50% sure that it's covering my nose, which is remarkably impressive considering it can't actually see my nose under there. But it's not sure if I'm wearing the PPE correctly. This is me trying to trick it again. I really don't think many workplaces would have people walking around like this, but it's about 80% sure the face cover is not covering my nose, which is pretty interesting because it is covering my nose. There's just a lot of hair there. So I really don't think the algorithm was trained for this much hair and frame. I don't know why anyone would train the model for that. And now this is me sort of pulling the mask down. Once again, I just wanted to see the limits of this and see what it was like. I really encourage you to do this with photos of yourself. It's actually pretty interesting to see what it picks up on. So it's 50% sure that the face cover is not on my nose, but it has detected that I'm a person still, which is good. And once again, I'm in the indeterminate group. So now I wanted to see what would happen. The face mask is just under my nose. It's not completely under my nose, which I think is what's tricking it. So it's 94.2% sure that the face cover is on my nose when it's not. But really, I just think this is because I haven't pulled it down completely. In a different image like this, where it's definitely not over my face, obviously it's not detecting that I'm wearing the correct PPE because I'm not, and it's giving you all of that information in the summary as well. And then back to the more normal photo, just for some clarity. This is what I look like when everything's working and the way that it detects everything and how that's moving through. Really excited for you to have fun playing with this as well. Let me know what you end up doing with this as you move through. I'm really interested to see. This is just giving you more of the results, and we'll swap back to the presentation in just a moment. Thanks so much for sticking with me. And if you'd like to extend things further, I really recommend this GitHub repo that contains Python samples for different use cases of the recognition detect PPE operation. Things like how to extract frames from a video and then upload those to an S3 bucket, how to detect protective equipment in an image, how to detect protective equipment in stored video, and then also how to do that for a streaming video. This repo is really, really helpful and really well documented, and it's got lots of good ideas in there. I recommend having a play in the demo in the console first because it's really easy, but then if you really want to sink your teeth into it, I recommend this GitHub repo. So thanks so much for joining me today for my session about Amazon recognition for workplace safety for AWS Community Day. I hope you stick around for lots of the other sessions that are happening. If you have questions, queries, or comments, I'd love to hear from you, and you can get in touch with me through the links on the screen. So there's my LinkedIn, my Twitter, my Dev2, which is my technical blog, and I also have my TikTok on there. I mostly post about AWS, cloud computing, tech careers, and diversity in STEM, so I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for joining me today, and definitely stick around for the other presentations. I hope you have a fantastic AWS Community Day, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now.
I'm from Singapore.
From Vietnam.
AWS User Group Thailand.
I'm an AWS Community Builder.
I run the user group in Singapore as a community hero.
I'm an AWS Community Leader.
I love AWS Community.
Go AWS.
I'm so proud that all the group members are very proactive to support each other.
I'm really passionate about making artificial intelligence and machine learning more accessible.
I'm also one of the AWS machine learning heroes around the world.
It's a global, positive and diverse community.
ผมเป็น Amazon Web Service Community Hero ประจำประเทศไทยนะครับ
The love of the technology and the friendship in the community.
Go AWS.
I'm from Singapore,
Australia,
Czech Republic,
Saudi Arabia,
USA. UK. Every corner of the world.
Hey everyone.
Hola a todos.
AWS Girls Chile.
User group based in Douala.
AWS She Builds Community.
Working with the AWS community allows you to make sense of so many areas in AWS.
Getting to learn from so many interesting people, so many different walks of life.
To share great quality content.
With diverse experience and such a great enthusiasm.
My favorite thing about the AWS community is how generously people share their stories and their experiences.
Very powerful to be a part of a global community.
It's really exciting to be a trailblazer within the community.
To learn and interact with lots of people.
It's totally buzzing. Always something to feed your curiosity.
It's a special place.
Community is amazing.
I love being part of this community.
Join one of these communities. See you soon.
Right, welcome back, guys. Welcome to Community Day ASEAN 2021. And that was Brooke Jameson, one of our community builders based in Australia, who had a really, really interesting session. She was talking about Amazon recognition, the COVID-19 edition, and how she utilized AI/ML computer vision for workplace safety. That was very, very interesting. So, we know that Brooke is also online. Guys, if you have any questions, just feel free to pop them into the chat. We also do notice some questions with regards to AWS TNC credits or vouchers. So as a developer marketing lead for Southeast Asia, let me give you some tips, guys. If you are keen to get free credits, simply attend our user group meetups. A lot of times we do give out free credits as giveaways. We also give out credits during field marketing events as well. And also, if you stay tuned to the end of the event, for the first 20 people who fill in the surveys, you will also stand a chance to win AWS credits, and that would allow you to go onto the platform to do your own trainings or to just experiment with the AWS console. Later on, we'll also have a panel discussion featuring our AWS heroes and community builders and tech leaders, and they'll be talking about their experience as well and how they grew in the community. So if you have any questions about how you can enhance your career or your own learning, just feel free to interact and pop your questions into the discussion and on the chat during the panel discussion taking place later on. So we are on to our third session of the community lightning rounds, and this will be with Jones Zachariah Noel, who is a cloud architect with Mobile AT Solution Services, and he will be talking about AWS Lambda function event trigger filters with DynamoDB streams. That's a little bit of a mouthful. I'm really, really excited to hear what he's going to be talking about. So on to you, Jones. Hey, yeah.
Thank you, Serena, for a wonderful intro. So, hi, everybody. This is Jones Zachariah Noel. A bit about myself. I'm a cloud architect at Mobility Solutions in Bengaluru, India, and also a community builder. I'm a serverless geek, so you would have seen me a lot with posts and blogs about serverless. So you can feel free to reach out to me. The QR code there heads out to the landing page, which has all the social media handles. about today, we would be looking into a lot of things with event triggers, DynamoDB, Kinesis, Lambda functions, and the sustainability pillar that was recently announced during reInvent 2021. So what is Lambda function event filtering? So before I tell you about that, I would like to tell you how Lambda functions get invoked. So Lambda function gets invoked in three specific ways, one being asynchronous, synchronous, and the other one being poll-based. So synchronous invocations include all the invocations from Lambda, from API gateways, AppSync, step functions, which expects a response back, and asynchronous from all the event-based invocations such as event bridge, S3 triggers, and a lot more things. In this demo, we'll be looking into poll-based invocation, which is where you will be having a intermediate queue, which Lambda function polls and checks if there's new item or a record available. So this event poll-based invocations are for DynamoDB streams, which check if a particular filter or pattern is matching or not. With the announcement about Lambda function event filters, what happens is Lambda function, before it gets invoked, it checks if a particular pattern or the event is matched. Only if it is matched, it invokes the Lambda function, which helps you in invoking only when you need and only processing the events that you require. So the supported services for this announcement is DynamoDB and SQS and Kinesis. And these are some of the patterns that you can define, where you can specify if it's a Dynamo insert with the sort key being car, or you can even specify if the Dynamo delete and the car name starts with Ford. Today, for the demo, we'll be looking into an application which demonstrates DynamoDB insert and DynamoDB delete. This is the SAMP template that I've used, where I'm defining the event filters, where in DynamoDB insert is being checked, and also the key item type is being checked for threat, and also the another Lambda function which uses a pattern is remove, which is nothing but Dynamo delete. With that said, the architecture that I'll be using today is a SAM template that uses the boilerplate code for web backend. So I got most of the CURD operations done, and the next part is the snippet of SAM template that I showed you in the previous slide, which defines the event patterns. So how this works is, as you can see, the architecture diagram that's here, Lambda functions keep pulling the intermediate queue or the stream that's available, and it checks if there's a new item or not. If there's a new item, it checks if it matches the pattern. If the pattern is matched, it invokes the Lambda function. Otherwise, the event is discarded. And of course, once the Lambda function is triggered, in my demo, I'll be triggering an email via SES, so that we know that it works. To the demo. So the SAM template is available in the GitHub repo that's being highlighted at the moment. So you can see my screen where there's a portal which has certain records. In the demo, I'll be using Avenger level threads. So I'm a huge fan of Marvel. So just Spider-Man around the corner and being released, I just thought this is a good thing for a demo. And you can see that whenever I'm trying to create a new item, so say Golden Gate, and reported on December 18th, 2021, and I say it's a threat. And on my save, the API gateway invokes a Lambda function, and it writes into DynamoDB. From DynamoDB, the DynamoDB stream invokes the Lambda function because there is a type with threat, and a SES email is being sent. Similarly, if I try to add something like after party, say December 18th, 2021, and I say after party, since this doesn't match the filter that is mentioned, the DynamoDB streams does not, with DynamoDB streams, the Lambda function doesn't get invoked and the email does not come. So this helps in processing only the events that you require. And the next event that we'll be looking into is whenever we are doing a delete. So if there's an item that is being deleted, of course, for Shield, it is something that's been lost. So hopefully it's not a Hydra infiltration that's been happening. And once this is being deleted, so you can see that it's a security breach. Hydra is trying to infiltrate Stark Tower, record being deleted. So you can see from this demo that whenever there's an important event and you want to process it, and you want to look into only specific events, you can have your DynamoDB streams with event filtering to invoke a Lambda function, which makes your application more apt to what it's looking at. Back to the presentation. With filters, you can see from the reference of Snapchat filters how it enhances your photos. The same way event filters enhances your serverless application with you writing a less amount of code with less amount of Lambda invocations. And also, you don't have to process everything. Your Lambda gets processes only the things that it needs, being more cost effective as well. So this is one of my favorite reInvent releases that was done, and it's also a huge thing for the serverless world. So if anybody has followed Warner's keynote from reInvent 2021, he mentioned about a sustainability pillar, which ensures your application has less amount of carbon footprint. So this event filters, which invokes the Lambda function only when you need, ensures that your application is actually running less. So in the background, of course, with serverless, you don't have to manage your infrastructure, but in the background, it's a container or a virtual machine that's actually executing your Lambda function. And that doesn't happen, which is one reason how your applications can go green. And this is one way to say that it's a immensely huge endorsement for sustainability pillar. And of course, as I mentioned, there's less number of Lambda invocations, so it's obviously cost effective. So it's in a way that your application is more cost effective, and also you developers have to write less code, and there's less manual comparisons, so the developers are also wonderfully happy. That's about the demo. You can scan the QR code and you can reach out to the demo and also all the references that has been made during the presentation. And that's about it with event filters with DynamoDB. Any questions?
Yeah, I was on mute. Thanks, Jones. Thanks for those references. Really loved. Thanks for those references. Really loved how Hydra and then every character, most of the characters from Avengers came into life, and then I'm pretty sure a lot of folks are super hyped up about the new Spider-Man release as well. So I'm looking forward to having you as a speaker where you talk about some of the references from Spider-Man No Way Home. So
no spoilers.
Cool. So if you have any questions for Jones, please do feel free to post this up as well. And I think if you have any thoughts, comments, you can go and check out this blog post that Jones have created as well, which will be useful for you. So Jones, I think now you mentioned that you are a serverless fan, right? So out of all the serverless tools that AWS has, what's the most compelling thing for you? and what's mostly being used in the industry?
So with serverless, I'm a huge fan with AppSync. So I work a lot with AppSync. So that's one of my go-to solutions in all my applications. And that's that being said, you don't have to manage things with serverless, which is a crazy. I mean, it's I don't have words for it to say because as developers, I come from a developer background. So as developers, you don't have to worry about your infrastructure. You just have to worry about your code and how your application works, right? So that's
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And there were a couple of announcements. I think at the reInvent, there were a couple of announcements that things were getting more into serverless end. So I think AWS is probably looking forward towards going a bit more and exploring more on the serverless end as well. And I'm pretty sure you'll have more presentations coming on that.
absolutely surface. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Awesome. So with that, I think so Serena is taking a bit of a break at the moment, and I'm gonna continue inviting rest of the speakers for the session as well. Thanks, Jones. Thank you very much for joining in with us today. So as we say goodbye to you, I'm gonna take you back into the backstage, and then I'm gonna introduce our next speaker as well. Thanks, Jones. Thanks for joining in with us.
Thank you, everybody. Have fun. Stick around.
Thank you. All right. So that was oh my god. That's we had like a wonderful session from Jones, where he is a community builder from AWS Community Builder, and also he's also a very passionate person in the community. You would see him talking about lots of all these technologies from India up until to Japan to lots of more other places as well. A very active person in the community. So I would highly recommend for you to go and check out his work as well, and then to stick around, and then to ask questions if you have any as well, because I'm sure if you even if you have questions even after his after the all these sessions, please feel free to ask in the live chat, so our speakers will be able to go and answer your questions. Cool. So yes, so now before we move on to our next speaker, please do feel free to comment how you think about all these segments, event segments, and then if you have any questions related to different AWS related technologies, please do feel free to drop in a comment in the live Q&A section. And please do stick around. There'll be more exciting sessions, and then there'll be a Kahoot quiz which will be coming up after two sessions as well. So please do stick around with us, and you'll be able to find lots of more insightful things from our speakers. So without taking much time, I would love to kind of introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is a phenomenal person. He has been spending some time in writing his cookbook on machine learning with Amazon SageMaker. A very interesting topic and a very interesting tool as well, which is being used by lots of machine learning engineers, data scientists, and then a lot of hobbies as well these days. So to talk about this, how he wrote about this book, how he went about this book, because writing a book is not an easy task. So in order to talk about that, we have today, we have Joshua Arvin Latt. We call him Abs. So he's the CTO at NewWorks Interactive Lab based in Philippines, and he's also a very active AWS machine learning hero in ASEAN region. So without taking much time, I would love to invite Avs to the screen. Hey Avs.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much for joining in.
Thank you too.
Awesome. So without taking much time, let me quickly share your screen, and then you can start out with the session.
Sure. Thank you for that.
All right. Good luck, Avs. Take care.
All right. Thank you for that. So thank you again for having me here. So this is going to be a quick talk, but I would be here to share my experience writing the book. But of course, I'll talk about the topic itself, which is Amazon SageMaker, which is a very powerful service that you should try out soon. So so the topic for today would be my experience writing the book, Machine Learning with Amazon SageMaker Cookbook. So of course, you'll see at the end of the title, cookbook. So again, this is not a cooking book. This is a recipe type problem solution book. So there's a specific problem to solve, and then there's a solution. So there's no cooking here. This is a technical book. Yeah, just to clear things up. And this is a book on machine learning with Amazon SageMaker. So Amazon SageMaker is the AWS service which helps machine learning engineers, data scientists, and developers perform machine learning experiments and deployments in a more convenient and more practical way. So to introduce myself, I am Joshua Arvin Lat. So as mentioned, people call me Arbs. I am the Chief Technology Officer of NuWorks Interactive Labs. And I'm also an AWS Machine Learning Hero. I'm also one of the subject matter experts helping update the certification exams. So you can see the mug there at the left. And I'm the author of the book, Machine Learning with Amazon SageMaker Cookbook. So if you want to check the book, you can just use the QR code here. If you want to follow me in Medium or in LinkedIn, here are the links. But later I'll share them also later. So so that's the book. You can see. So I rarely take selfies, but when I was required to take a selfie for a marketing post, I took this one and I carried the book. It's a very heavy book, 760 something pages, and I needed two hands to carry the book, and it's a thick book. Generally, books are around 300 to 400 pages. I did plan for a 300 to 400 page book, but after seeing all the capabilities and features of SageMaker, I realized that not even 700 pages would be enough to complete it. So later, I will share what happened at the middle, because when I was writing the book, I was able to write around 1,000 pages already. And then there was a 700 page limit, and I had to adjust things a bit midway. But later I'll share that, and it's a very interesting story. So before I start sharing the how I wrote the book, I'll talk a bit about SageMaker. So what's SageMaker? Why do we need books? Why do we need more resources? And why do people need to know SageMaker? SageMaker is one of the most important machine learning services of AWS. For one thing, you can look at it as, okay, it's one service. Why would you have a book about it? For one thing, you'll see here that there are so many features and capabilities of SageMaker, and every single month, more capabilities and features are added. And for example, SageMaker Debugger and even SageMaker Model Monitor, you can just see here as one capability or one box in an umbrella of capabilities. But if you dig deep into those capabilities, you'll realize that they have so many sub-features inside them, especially there to help you get your requirements completed. So for example, if you need to do some additional debugging work with your custom training work, then you'll be able to use one or more of these capabilities. And a couple of weeks ago, in reInvent, more capabilities and features were added. So maybe next year there might be an update in the book, but as you can see, not even 700 pages or 800 pages would be enough to talk about all the capabilities of SageMaker. So here we can look at some of the capabilities of SageMaker, like SageMaker processing, SageMaker experiments for helping manage and keep track of the experiments you've done in the past and in the present. And you can also use the automatic model tuning capability of SageMaker, where if you just use a couple of lines of code, you'll be able to find ways to automatically tune models, run multiple training jobs, and you can select the best model with just a couple of lines of code, which is pretty cool. If you're getting started, there's built-in algorithms also. And one of the things that people do not know about when using SageMaker is the ML and deep learning framework support. When people are trying to get started with SageMaker, they start first with built-in algorithms. However, one of the more powerful features of SageMaker is that you just need to select what you need. So it's like a set of building blocks, like Lego pieces. And if you need this piece, then use that. If you don't need this, then don't use it. So you can be creative. So let's say that you already have a PyTorch model or code ready. You can port that to SageMaker, and you'll be able to use the other SageMaker capabilities, sometimes for free, which is good. So some of these capabilities, once you get to know more about these capabilities, you'll be able to make the most and design a better architecture, and you'll be able to optimize the cost. You'll be able to have very effective workflows. So yeah, there are so many features. And yeah, if this is the first time you've heard about SageMaker, take a look at it, watch a video or so, and then use it for your machine learning experiments. That said, of course, you may want to know, hey, how would the code look like if I were to use SageMaker? There are different ways to use SageMaker. Right now, there are no-code solutions. Let's say SageMaker Canvas, as far as I can remember. You just click, 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 and then tada, you can already have a model. And it's much easier right now, especially when you're getting started. And then once you get a bit more advanced and you are more familiar with the SageMaker capabilities and features, you can dig deep and use the software development kit, the SDK. So here, you can do all sorts of combinations of configurations. And you can use this to create notebooks, Jupyter notebooks, and run your experiments. So this is a good starting point, because after a while, if you add, let's say, an additional 4 or 5 lines of code, you'll be able to create automated pipelines, let's say with SageMaker pipelines. So the good thing here is that you start with building blocks. And when you use a platform like SageMaker, you'll be able to take advantage of the other capabilities by just adding a few lines of code, because it's heavily integrated, which is a good thing. So instead of you trying to build your own custom solution, which may take, let's say, 3 weeks to 4 weeks or even 8 weeks, adding 4 lines of code is super convenient. And you'll be able to convert a really simple workflow into something which is more complex, something which has a lot of conditional branches like this one. And you can just use and prepare this inside a Jupyter notebook without you having to worry about the infrastructure part. And if you need to deep dive and make things a bit more custom, you can do it as well. Because sometimes when things are too simple, the limitation there is that you cannot customize it, right? The cool thing here is you'll be able to use, let's say, Docker containers and custom container images to help you with the building blocks and replacing the simplified version with your more custom and more complex executions. So if, let's say, that there's a new model out there and it's not yet, it's the first time that it's being used in SageMaker, then you can create a custom container image for it, and you can use that container image with SageMaker in the different parts of the machine learning process. Now that you are more familiar with what SageMaker is, let's talk about how I wrote the book. And along the way, I want you guys to learn also some of the things I learned to improve the quality of the book also. So if you are planning to write a book at some point in your life, then yeah, the next 10 to 15 minutes would help you write a better book. As you can see in the screen, let's start at the bottom. You can see at the bottom of the screen that there's a simplified diagram. I think the topic here would be automatic model tuning, as far as I can remember. So people are generally scared of digging deep and understanding the more complex requirements. And the same applies to all of us. If it's a new topic, we need to discuss things slowly. And at the same time, we need to find ways to make it easier for readers to understand a certain topic. So for one thing, one technique here would be to use images, to have diagrams, which would allow readers to just look at the diagram instead of reading a big block of text. They'll be able to understand what you're trying to relay or to share. So here you can see here that there are multiple training jobs, and each of those training jobs are configured differently, and those configurations are done on the hyperparameter level, and then you can produce different models which would perform differently. And of course, when you need to select the best model, then you just use some sort of metric, use that as a reference to choose the best model, and use that as the best model from the automatic model tuning job. So those 4 statements that I just shared, it may be a bit complex, but once you connect that and map that to the image here, you'll see that actually it's kind of straightforward, and it's much easier to understand things when there are simplified diagrams. Another thing that you need to do when you're writing a book is writing a book, even if it's a cookbook book, even if you're writing it one chapter at a time, it's very important that there's synergy in the book also. Because when you're a reader, when you have learned a lot of concepts already, you have a lot of questions in your mind. But as the author, what you need to do is to help the reader navigate to the other sections of the book so that, okay, they are aware that more sections in the book would talk about that topic. So for example, after the recipe has ended in, let's say, step number 16, there are definitely more steps, but we need to explain the recipe first before moving to the next one. So here, an additional sentence would definitely help readers understand, okay, we can take a break here and then we can analyze what happened first. And we know that this variable, which contains this set of values, would be used in the next recipe. At the same time, adding notes and warnings is critical. So for one thing, that we should not abuse the usage of notes and warnings, but this would help readers know the implications of certain parts of the implementation flow. So let's say that you have 10 lines of code, and there's a certain line there which deploys a certain model to an endpoint, and you need to delete that after, let's say, 5 minutes. Then you should put a warning or a note there ahead of time so that people are not surprised at the end. So let's say that if you watch the movie, what movie was that? The magician in Marvel, the one with Spider-Man. Can't remember. Was it Doctor Strange? So Doctor Strange was reading the book, and then there was a torn piece of book there, and then when he was trying to implement what's there in the book, people stopped him from doing that, and he told them, well, the warnings are towards the end of the book. Of course, he didn't know that that was the implication of performing that step. And in the same way, you need to provide warnings to people, especially if it would perform a certain set of actions, right? So for example, when you're doing Stack Overflow, there's a comment there, okay, if you need to delete this, run rm-rf. And then when you run it, oh no, all my files are deleted. So you need to make sure that your readers are able to do things without worrying about the implications also. And finally, you can see that we need to chunk the code into smaller pieces of code chunks so that people are able to follow and analyze what happened there. It's not about adding one block of code that has 30 lines of code. The goal is not to intimidate the readers, but to help them understand, okay, this is simple. We just need 4 lines of code. And it's something that I'm able to learn because I use the book. The goal is not to impress the reader, but rather to have them appreciate and understand how to use it. Other tips that I could share is adding certain sections or recipes in the book, which is unique to your book. For one thing, when you're doing machine learning and when you're following a blog post, one of the major differences when you're writing a book and when you're writing a blog post is that people think that, okay, when you have a book, you can just add a link there, refer to this blog post. But sometimes people read the book and they buy the print copies of the book. So how can people click the links inside the print copies, right? So when I wrote this book, I made sure that it can stand alone by itself, and people can use that as a as a reference, especially when they're debugging issues. For one thing, some of the issues are not easy to replicate. So what I did here to help people is I added a certain recipe there, which helps people debug container execution issues when using local mode and other troubleshooting techniques. For one thing, this is hard to find online. So, and this is a good thing, because if your book has something which is not found everywhere else, it gives the book its value. So there, it helps. So also, it really helps the readers, because for one thing, I did have a hard time debugging certain problems because it was so custom to my requirements. And this one is like the secret sauce when you're doing machine learning and machine learning engineering. So if you can put something like that in your book or in your blog post, then go for it. Because nobody would want to buy a book if it can already be found everywhere else, right? So also adding the small boxes and in the images would help the readers, because if you put an image there, people would just say, okay, there's an image there. What am I going to do about it? If you add a red box there or a black box there, it helps the reader identify which part of the image they need to look at. And yeah, it makes things much easier for the readers to follow along when you have multiple instructions. So those are some of the techniques that I've shared. And definitely, while you are watching this, you might already be planning, okay, I want to write my own book. There are a lot of people who want to write a book at some point in their careers. Maybe when you're in your 20s or in your 30s or your 40s. But you'll definitely learn a lot when you're writing a book. So here are some tips and techniques when writing a book, in addition to what I shared earlier. One of the things which I experienced when writing the book was the lack of time. For one thing, I'm a full-time CTO and I work 15 to 16 hours per day. Sometimes longer, sometimes 18 hours. Sometimes I extend up to 20 hours. And then the next day would, of course, be lighter. Lighter meaning 10 hours or 12 hours. But generally, my day is jam-packed with meetings. So after one meeting, there's another meeting. And then sometimes, worst case, I need to help a developer and so on. So how do we manage our time better? So one way to manage our time better is by understanding ourselves, our own bodies. When we wake up, at least from my end, when we wake up fresh. So one technique there would be to remove all tendencies trying to access your inbox, your email inbox, or your Facebook accounts, and just do some work. Do some work 1 to 2 hours, and then you'll realize that you have already finished 1/3 of the chapter. So that's one of the ways to manage time, because the world will not wait for us. One way to help us prepare for the requirements is to be very productive and very effective. It's about writing quality work. It's about having quality work, and time is a constraint. At the same time, being able to manage time would help you in all aspects of your life. And at the same time, you have to have the proper timing also. Because when I was writing the book, one cool story that I would like to share is, after I have finished 700 pages of the book around November, there was reInvent 2020 around first week of December. So there were, I think, 5 or 6 major announcements related to SageMaker. And since the book is bound to launch around June or July this year, which was 4 months ago, I had to make sure that the book is updated. Otherwise, people would say, oh, the content is outdated. So yeah, so of course, I had to talk to the PAC team and tell them, is it okay if I can change 1 or 2 or 3 chapters there and add the new announcements of reInvent? And yeah, and I was glad that they approved it. And I made sure that it was properly taken care of, at least on the content side. So being ready for any sort of surprises or adjustments would help you produce quality work also, because everything will not go according to plan. And being prepared and being having that grit to push through, even though things are getting harder, is a skill, is a skill or a talent, or let's just call it a skill, because you just need to practice it in order to continue getting the results that you need. At the same time, it's not a one-man team game. It's a team game. Not sure if I was able to share that correctly, but what I want to share here is that even though that I am the author of the book, I know that I wouldn't be able to do it without the people who supported me and who helped me get things done. For one thing, one advice of one person would definitely change the way you work. For one thing, I'm very lucky to have a very good technical reviewing team, and they were doing this for free during their free time. For one thing, Lauren, Jambi, Mark, they were the technical reviewers who run through all the code blocks that I've written, and then one of them had a comment. This one is deprecated. This one is not called SageMaker SDK. This is called SageMaker Python SDK. So even the wording is critical because, for example, people usually make a mistake of calling SageMaker AWS SageMaker. But if you try to search it in Google, you'll see that it's Amazon SageMaker. So those little things need to be taken care of. And if you're the author, having that single mistake would affect thousands of readers. So if one person or one or more people are able to detect your mistakes, better fix that. And it's better that you're very attentive to the little details, because when one reader sees that mistake, they will add a bad review. And that bad review would affect all the other readers who would want to check your book out. So so the quality part is critical also, and you would need a very powerful publishing team as well. And I was able to work with a lot of people, and I treated them as teammates. They were not reporting to me. They were teammates. It's like a team game. It's like a basketball game. You have your coach, you have this person, an analyst, etc. And you're there as the player trying to lead this to success. And thanking them is something that we should all do, because even though that it's their responsibility to help you publish your book, they are there to help you. They are humans. And adding them here in the acknowledgement section is, I'm pretty sure it's not enough to thank them for the work that they've done to make this book a success. And I've also added a few key people here. I wasn't able to add everyone here, but please take a look at the acknowledgement section. You'll see Rafi there, and so on. At the same time, towards the end of the book, it would be good if you have certain people provide editorial reviews. So the good thing here is that I am well connected with other machine learning heroes, and they are famous in the other countries and in other parts of the world. So for example, you have here Luca, you have here Alex, you have here Rustem, and you have here Noah. And the great thing here is that they're able to read your book also, and they're able to provide their own perception and how they see their book, and they give the reviews also. And I'm pretty sure that, let's say, Rustem and Noah wrote their own books also, and I was able to read them in the past. And I'm glad that the machine learning heroes are able to write books and provide quality content. Finally, after a while, the hard work that you put in the last 1 or so years, you would be rewarded by the ratings and the comments of the people around the world. And it's nice that people appreciate it, because the thing here is that people would comment on what they see, and it's a good reflection of the effort and the work that you've done until the point it was released. So of course, people would say, okay, wow, it's a really good book. But what are the last tips that you need to worry about when launching or when you're releasing the product? The last thing that you need to know is that towards the end, when you are super tired, when you want the book published, that's the time you need to be super attentive, and that's the time when you have to check everything. For one thing, I had to spend about 2 to 3 weeks reviewing the book about 7 or 8 times and identifying issues or erratas or mistakes in the book. Sometimes you will have issues with the certain with the spelling, sometimes the capitalization, sometimes the grammar, and sometimes there are some missing words in the statements because if you have modified things a few times, you will definitely miss that. And the good thing there is that I was able to work with the PAC team, and they were able to simulate the entire process where they provided me a copy of the PDF or the MOBI file or the EPUB file, and then I checked it. I listed down a lot of mistakes at first, and then after 7 iterations or 8 iterations, we were sure that it's 99.9% error-free. So after 1 month, or after 2 months of getting published, after a lot of people have purchased the book already, I was able to talk with one of the marketing managers from PAC, and she told me, yeah, people were purchasing the book, but there aren't much reports regarding erratas or bugs or issues in the book. Because of course, from my end, I wanted the book to be as perfect as possible when it's released, because I do not have time to edit that and have another release at the future. I want to move on and have this, okay, I get it done now, let's do it correctly. Yeah, and then the last parts would be signing the book. I didn't know that part was exciting. But yeah, I did some giveaways. I think here there might be some giveaways also. That's a hint. If you watch the other talks also and other sessions in community day, in this community day, and also giving this giveaway gifts to people, especially if they join those promos. And of course, it's not just about sharing these books, it's about giving the personalized experience to people who want to read your book. So for example, here I wrote the name of the person and told that person enjoy reading. And just customizing it a bit would make that person feel special. So that's pretty much it. It's a quick talk, but hopefully you learned a lot of things, especially when writing a book. So again, feel free to reach out to me or add me here in Medium or in LinkedIn, and let me know if you guys have questions. Thank you again, and enjoy the rest of the community day.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Af, for that awesome presentation, and then sharing your insights and your experiences as well. The things that you had to go through while you were writing the book, and I'm sure like it was great to see other heroes also had commented about your book, and then you actually get like inputs and feedback as well. Probably that will be useful for your next book as well. All right. So everyone, there's a giveaway that we want to do. There'll be like Abs will be picking up 3 winners to give away 3 books. So what's gonna happen is that what you need to do is you need to comment. I'll just post it up this. Can you give one AWS AI or ML service? Comment in the chat box. So ours will be picking up 3 people who will be receiving 1 copy each of this book. So let's see. So we have the live Q&A open. So the question is, can you give or can you name one AWS service, AWAI or ML service? So let's keep those answers coming up. So once we have Arshad, you'll get a book separately, Arshad. So please do keep those answers coming up. So we'll be picking up a couple of winners from here. So we'll be picking 3 winners from here. All right. Abs, there are more, right? More than SageMaker?
Which one, the book?
No, like now we are seeing there are comments coming up saying mostly SageMaker, but
there are a lot. There are a lot of AWS AI or ML service. So just a hint for those who want to win the book, a copy of the book. Just type in AWS AI service, or type in AWS ML service, and you'll find 20 or 25 services there. And one of those services was discussed earlier, right? So I won't share the name of the speaker, but it was shared earlier also.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. So we have comments coming up as well. So a couple of more comments coming up. So let's wait for a couple of more minutes. Don't forget the developer ML tools that ready to be used immediately as well. Cool. There are a couple of comments. So Abs, do you wanna pick a couple of three winners?
Maybe we can choose. Maybe we can choose the winners. Maybe later towards the end.
Sure.
That's
Sure.
possible also, right?
Yeah. So we can do that as well. So we'll be picking up three winners based on the comments that you have made, and then we'll be informing those winners as well. So please do. Hopefully, you have used your correct name, so you will be searchable, and then we'll be able to reach out to you to do that book giveaway. And then, so now I think we are pretty much done with this session as well. So please do feel free to reach out to Abs if you have questions or comments, or if you have any other thoughts about his book. And also, since he's a CTO, he knows about what's he's doing, what this technology would do, etc. So if you want to learn more, please do reach out. He's a very active community contributor in Philippines, but also globally. He is also known as well for his contributions for machine learning. Awesome. Thank you very much, Abs, for joining with us today. So as we say goodbye to you, we'll be keeping a very good eye on how many people will be replying for the question. All right. Thanks, Abs. Thanks for joining in.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. All right, everyone. So that was Abs who joined with us today. Now, as he depart from this session, we'll have another speaker, a very interesting speaker from Indonesia. So I won't be taking much time to introduce her. So we have Nova Lailatur Rizkia, who's joining from Indonesia. So she is an AWS community builder based out of Indonesia, and she has an interesting topic that she want to talk about. So that is how to auto deploy static websites on Amazon S3 using AWS Code Commit. So with that, let me invite Noah to the screen. Awesome. Let me do that very quickly. Hi, Noah.
Hey, Safras. Hello, everyone.
Thank you very much for joining in. And everyone who joined Indonesia stream as well, you might have seen Noah speaking over there too. So that itself shows how much of commitment that she has for the community and the work that we do. So Nova, do you want to share your screen?
Yes, of course.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, I wanna share this. Okay.
Awesome.
It's okay? Okay.
Yeah, all good. So let me share the screen. All right. Over to you, Noah.
Okay, thank you, Safras. Hello, everyone. This is Nova, and I would like to present about how to auto deploy static website on Amazon S3 using AWS Code Commit, right? Okay, I would like to quick introduction for myself. This is Nova Leterskia. I have study background in physics. Yes, I have master degree in physics. This is the picture of me and my baby at that time, 2019, and then this is my husband. But after I graduated from the physics degree, from the master of physics degree, I didn't know what I want to pursue. I didn't know what I want to be. But at that time, there are maybe like a scholarship from the Ministry of Communication Indonesia, and I joined. And then at that time, the first time in my life, I know about AWS. Yes, the first time I did. Because in the last 6 years, I just I just know about quantum. I just know about what the meaning. The differences about general relativity or like special relativity. Nah, in this session in the 2019, I know about AWS and know about what's a cloud concept. Why in one region there are minimum to availability zones, and why this is so much data centers are like that gitu. So it's very interesting to me. But in the 2019, I didn't get the what the meaning free exam voucher like cloud practitioner because my score is not good at all. And 2020, I joined the same scholarship again to get because I didn't like fail gitu. So I joined the same scholarship again to get the free exam voucher. Free exam voucher is kan like a cloud practitioner consists of $100. $100 in Indonesia is like 1 month expenses. So it's quite expensive in Indonesia, right? But yeah, I try and I get the free voucher. I pass the cloud practitioner exam. And after that, I share my experience using writing on Medium and study with Nova, and make some YouTube video and study with Nova. And the audience very good. Some of my friends ask me how AWS give us like a lot of opportunity. And after that, in 2021, I accepted as AWS Community Builder like that. So it's very my short story maybe. Yes, I love writing and making YouTube video study with Nova in YouTube, right? And I make like just simple as how to be like using Amazon S3 or using a C2, as simple as that. Yeah, because I'm new in the beginnings. Yeah. Okay. Let me introduce the Amazon S3. Right? Amazon S3. C as object storage. What the meaning of object storage? If we upload our file to the Amazon S3 and we want to change the little bit of the file, we know that we must upload all of the file again and again gitu. Why? Because the object storage just like the object storage. This is the no hierarchical data. This is just only the object storage. And that after that, the problem is because there are no repository to store the change, there are no CICD, there are no automation, and cost much time to just upload all of the file. And how we can solve this, right? This is agenda. I'd like to just teeny bit. What is differences about the static and dynamic website and prerequisite? Of course, AWS IAM, AWS Security Credential for Code Commit, and scheme. And what is Amazon S3 and how we can hosting static website on, and the S3 bucket make the Amazon S3 cross region. And the last one in Code Commit at Code Pipeline and demo, the little bit demo about Code Commit and Code Pipeline, right? Okay, the first one, static website. What is difference about static website and dynamic website? The static website is no server side, execution is required. But in the dynamic side, display dynamic or personalized content, right? In the static website, just only using HTML file, image, video, CSS, Lite, and JavaScript. And static website just load quickly because this delivery as is and can be changed by content delivery network. So it's very easy to maintain this maybe static website, right? And then differences, dynamic website is usually interact with data source and web service and require code and development expertise to create and maintain. And then the web server in the static website, web server doesn't need to perform any application or logic database required. And they're also relatively inexpensive. Oh yeah, Amazon S3 is very inexpensive. Yes, example static site example is like marketing website, product landing page, portfolio page. I mean like personal project page is very easy to maintain to using static website. And the dynamic website example is like e-commerce, new portal, social network sites, and finance site. Okay. Let me example of static website that I hosting in the AWS S3 website. I would like to change the share screen. Wait a minute. Okay. In the Chromium type, this is okay. This is the Amazon website, Amazon AWS website in the Southeast Asia one. Amazon. This is the example of my. I just built this using HTML only. Yeah, you can build HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or maybe a library of jQuery, or like that. So I love, but I'm fans of Hayao Miyazaki film. So I decided to make this page using the free picture of the Hayao Miyazaki. This is a spirit away, right? And you know that this only using HTML page. And there's the portfolio. We in the HTML5 we can embed the video. We can embed the video in the this example is pretty much strap. They embed a video, and that we can make this, and we can make automated deploy using this picture, using this page. Right. Okay.
Nova, I think
Yes.
We miss your slide.
We miss.
Yeah. The
Okay.
slide. Yeah.
Okay.
The screen.
Is this okay?
Let me check it out. Hold on. I think this is all good. Let me go back into that stage.
Okay.
All right.
This is the scheme. The developer is not only using Amazon S3 bucket, but using AWS Code Commit to the source, and before that you deploy in the Amazon S3 bucket. After that, if we want to change the little bit of the file, we use to deploy using AWS Code Pipeline and to the Amazon S3 bucket to the test, right? Okay, Perisquid is two. Number one is using AWS IAM and AWS Security Credential Code Commit. Number one is what is different about policy and permission. Permission is in the policies determine whether the request is allowed or denied. So how to make AWS IAM user in our root account, in our AWS root user, we must make AWS IAM and to use to generate password and permission. Select the administrator access to create a group, and after that we log out from the root account, root user, to log in again using AWS IAM user. After that, initial configuration for code commit. So in our AWS IAM user, we choose the user and add permissions to attach existing policy directly, and from the list policy, we select AWS code commit power user. After that, we choose IAM and security credential to HTTPS Git credential for AWS code commit, and choose generate and download. Don't forget to download credential, right? And before that, what is Amazon S3? Amazon is like Amazon simple storage service. The first one I know that Amazon S3 is first service from AWS before SE2. Yes, this unlimited storage, durability, able to handle high traffic, flexible pricing, and ties well with the other AWS service, AWS CloudFront, to speed the website. It's very inexpensive. 50 ribuan per month, 0,0 per gigabyte. So it's very inexpensive. So how we can use Amazon S3 website hosting without a single web server? The first one, you create Amazon S3 bucket, and then the second one, enabling the Amazon S3 website hosting feature, and the third one, configuring access permission for the bucket. After you upload, Amazon S3 take care of the content. Okay, don't forget to change permission. Taking our content publicly accessible, you must upload the change bucket name to. This is AWS S3, and then change the bucket here in the resources, right? Okay. The Amazon S3 architecture is very easy. That example browser client, visiting to example.com. So Amazon S3 bucket, if we use the public DNS, example S3 website will show the page. And if you have Amazon Road 53 to hosting then S record for example.com, you will give the example.com, not example blah 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 website as webs amazon.com. But Amazon Road 53 costs $15 per year. So if you just wanna example, just wanna make a personal page or like that, I think it's okay just only using Amazon S3 bucket. But if you wanna make a more professional, I think you should use Amazon Road 53. Okay, Amazon S3 cross-region replication configurations. This is the configuration, the replication configuration. In the search bucket, we fill in the region A, there are our file, right? We make replication configuration in the region B. Example, region A, in Sydney, we in the region Sydney in the search bucket, and then our destination bucket in Indonesia. Welcome region Jakarta in Indonesia in the destination bucket. So automatically our data is in the two region, in the region A in the Sydney or in the Jakarta, right? But Amazon S3 cross-region replication is not a transitive. What's the meaning transitive mean? The meaning is objects just only replicated to another AWS region to another AWS region. For if we have a three bucket, we didn't replicate it to AWS region 2 to the AWS region 3. So just only AWS region 1 to AWS region 2. So it's not a transitive, right? And AWS Code Commit is managed search control service that has private Git repository and easy to collaborate on code with contribute encryption, support standard functional of Git, right? And pricing just only $1 per month. AWS Code Commit. And what is AWS Code Pipeline? Is continuous delivery service that enables you to model, visualize, and automate that step required to release your software. And then AWS Code Pipeline then build, test, and deploy your application according to the defined workflow every time there is a code change. Wow. You can integrate partner tool and your own custom tool to any stage of the release process to from an end continuous delivery solution. The pricing is just only $1 per active pipeline per month. So it's very inexpensive. Okay, this is the scheme. We, the developer, we make a example of HTML file, maybe HTML and the picture, and then we deploy to the Amazon S3 bucket, and we test again, and we deploy again Amazon S3 bucket and test again. So I would like to AWS Code Commit demo. Okay, I will stop the sharing this screen. Wait a minute. Okay, I would like to share screen with entire share screen. It's okay. Okay. This is I have make a static website in the cross region. In the static website in short as Amazon.com. Okay, the first one, you must create repository like this. Repository name, my first ever repo. Okay, this is just optional example repo. Okay, and then you use script. You create notification. Wait a minute. And after that, nah, this is the clone URL. Okay, you open the terminal and wait a minute. Let me check. It is okay to sing this. Okay, cloning into my first repo in your local. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Repository. Oh, okay. Enable access. Okay, it's my first repo, and then we would like to copy again. Or this is the one I would like clone HTTPS. Okay, this is okay, and just code the commit to this. Paste the password and the okay, like that. Okay, warning, you appear to have cloned empty repository. So in our local, there are our repository. We can check the repository in our local. My first ever repo, so in our local, right? In our local, so I would like to, this is the example of the the page. Okay, in our local, we open CD, my first ever repo. ls, there are in image, index, category, contact, and portfolio and style. Okay, and after that we make git init, and git add, and git commit min m first commit to command, and after that git push. Okay, username, don't forget to just, because we using HTTP, you must all of time using it. If you use SSH, you didn't use always like this. So okay, there are writing object in the AWS code commit. We just in this. Okay, and then we just get started. Okay, the branch is okay. Oh, so this is the static website that I'm hosting. This is okay because before is okay, it's none. Okay, I would like to like the shorts, like search is repository. In our repository, we I know the first one. I know my example blog, my first ever repo. Okay, yeah. Okay. There are create pull request and cloud. In this repo, we make a repository, right? So we must hosting in S3. Okay, and getting started into easy and create pipeline to choose the Amazon S3 in the code pipeline. So pipeline name web example one, maybe in this rank, and then the next. So to AWS code commit, this is AWS code commit. Choose repository name. My first ever repo, right? My first repo, and then master, in the master, and then we use next. Skip build stage in the next. Okay, next. Skip, and then we deploy to Amazon S3. We choose the Amazon S3, and then we choose the bucket. Nah, I make a bucket like this, Amazon static website 77, because this is the Amazon static website 77 to deploy this, and extract file before deploy, and then okay, say create pipeline. The first one, create pipeline. Okay. After that, we use create pipeline again. too long. Wait a minute. Okay. Wait. Okay. And the preprint SF is not great preprint. Okay. Okay, I would like to. Oh, Mr. I think it's too long. I don't know. Okay. Activate pipeline or pipeline. Is it okay? Or okay, network failure. Great. Maybe what the meaning? What is differences? Example. Okay. Oh, maybe okay. Simple decision. Okay. Is it okay? Yeah, just deploy. Okay. The code pipeline is success. We can create this AWS code commit success and deploy to Amazon S3. We just using the Amazon S3 in this but in there is no static website. Okay, wait a minute. If we want to change the repo, just make the ls. Maybe we in the page we change the maybe I don't know what is the problem, but yes, it's great. Okay, this is great. Okay, it's okay. Like this. Okay, we create one web page, just only web page, and example we using a Visual Studio Code to open maybe like our first repo, open folder like this, my first ever repo. I mean, we just change the little bit of the file, like in index, maybe. Okay, this is maybe. I don't. In the website there are maybe like sama datang. I would like to change the name like this. Welcome maybe. So the first is welcome, and I save, and I back to the terminal and ls, and I would like to git init again. Git add, git init, git add, and then git commit. The git commit mean to commit. Okay, the to commit, and one file change and one iteration, one file change. There are one file change, and we just git push again. And if you use just using HTTP, we must create using like this again and again. Some things error, but I don't know what the problem is. Okay, 1915. Okay. Okay, enable to access. Okay, let me try again. Okay, git init. Okay, and then git add all of git add and git commit. Okay. Git push, bismillah. Git push. Okay, in the pipeline. Nih, or pipeline right. Okay. Okay. I don't know what the problem. But if it's okay, you just git in it and git push again and uh, reinstall again. I mean, let me try again. The last one. Okay, this okay. Disable transversion and this page. If it's okay, maybe my network is not okay. We will just change the selamat datang for the welcome. I think it's okay. Okay, 14, 15. Oh, okay. Maybe my network is not resolved. I will back to the presentation. Okay, that's all. That's all for me. And thank you, everyone. Stop sharing.
All right. Thank you
Yes.
very much, Nova. I really,
Yes.
really liked when you said, like, when you didn't know how things to be solved out, and you directly said you don't know. That's how we learn, right? And it was interesting to see, Noah. You had a background in physics, and then you
Right.
moved into technology. It was very interesting as well. And thank you for inspiring more women in tech, because that's something that's really helpful in the Indonesia, and also across the globe, and also across ASEAN as well. Thank you for doing what you're doing, and we hope and we wish all the very best for you as well. So everyone, if you have any questions for Noah, please do feel free to drop in the chat. She'll be available as well in case if you want to ask any questions. And she's an AWS community builder, and she's very actively engaging in community related activities these days. So do go and check out her blogs, and then also like the work that she's doing. So Noah, with that, thank you very much. And
Thank you,
I say,
everyone.
all right, thank you very much. Thanks for joining, Noah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Cool. Awesome. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in with us for Noah session. Now we are moving into a very interesting and an exciting segment, which is the Kahoot quiz, which you all were waiting for. So the organizers were telling me that we have some Amazon gift vouchers up for grabs, and Kindle, and then Amazon Echo as well for the winners. So in this session, please do feel free to like get engaged, and then if you have any sort of like if you have any devices, just take it out and get ready. And if you're using a mobile device, you might want to use a different device to get connected to Kahoot quiz. So without taking much time, I think I'll be jumping into the Kahoot quiz. So let me quickly load the quiz. Alrighty. Cool. I think all of you are able to see the Kahoot quiz. Please do go to the link and join in. As you can see in the screen now. So we are waiting for the players to join in. Use your if you're checking the stream out using your mobile device, we would recommend to go and check out in a different device and join into the Kahoot quiz. So waiting for the players. So let's give a couple of more minutes for our players to join in. Awesome. We have players joining in. Interesting. So I think in Kahoot we will have a couple of questions, like around 15 to 6, about 15 questions today, which will determine the winner of this Kahoot quiz at AWS Community Day ASEAN. Cool. So we have 25 players joining in. Without taking much time, I think we can quickly move on with the quiz. All right. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Let's start. So the first question is in 3, 2, 1. What is the year AWS began offering IT infrastructure services to businesses? Is it 2006? Is it 1994, 2010, or is it 1996? 15 more seconds to go. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alrighty, so that was in 2006. Couple of attendees have mentioned in 1994, 1996. In case if you were juggling to understand, like if it's like Amazon, the day that Amazon was started, it is not. It's when did AWS started offering IT infrastructure services to businesses. So let's see the leaderboard. All right. Jones on the top, Zach is on the second place, KSK, Sinas, and then M3. Nothing to worry. We have another 14 questions to go. So question number 2. Which program is not an AWS community, AWS developer community program? Is it AWS Heroes? Is it AWS Community Builders? Is it user groups? Is it Cloud Academy? Which one of these? Which one is not a AWS developer community program? What do you all think? All right. Most of you got it correct. That is AWS Cloud Academy is not a AWS developer program. So at AWS, there are 4 developer programs: AWS Heroes, AWS Community Builders, user groups. And finally, you are attending one of those, which is Community Days. All right, so let's go and check out the leaderboard. All right, so we have Chad Bay coming up, and in there's someone named AWS. We don't know who that is. Let's see. Zach Jones Noel is on the lead. Zach is on the second, KSK third, and we are waiting for the rest of the folks as well to come in. All right, third question. How many AWS heroes are there in ASEAN? Is it 9, 10? It's a bit of a tricky question, but if you know where to find the information. Is it 11? Is it 12? Across ASEAN, how many AWS heroes are there? All right, we are waiting for the answers. Very interesting, very interesting. Nice. So we have an evenly spreaded answer pool. It's actually 10, and it was a bit of tricky question as well. So AWS Heroes is a program that AWS runs for like a couple of years now, like for a very long time. And these are individuals, like AWS Heroes are the individuals who that we consider as very energetically, passionately for a very long time being sharing, talking about AWS and educating the people around their communities, etc. So we have a couple of AWS heroes who have joined the session now, and then there'll be a session with couple of AWS heroes who will be joining in as well later towards the panel discussion segment. So yes, so it's 10. Let's check out the Leaderboard. So we have a change in the leaderboard. So we have Shruti MB coming up, we have Ice Guy, and we have Nova and Zach have gone down. All right, nothing to worry. We have another 12 questions to go. Next question. How many launch regions are there at AWS? Is it 25, 29, 10, or 45? What do you think? How many regions are there? There are regions, there are zones. Don't confuse regions with zones. So let's see how many regions are there at AWS. All right. Awesome. So there are announced 25 regions at AWS currently. So let's check out the leaderboard. Have we changed? Yes. Things are slowly changing now. Zach Jones Noel is leading on the top. Ice Guy is on the second. KSK have topped in as well. Shruti and then Albert on top 5. Up to 10 places. Sri is the highest climber so far. Cool. So we are moving into the 5th question. What is the correct combination of countries in Asia Pacific and Japan with upcoming AWS regions? So there's actually one region very recently was launched. If you were checking out the news, and if you were very interested about the latest announcements which happened, like I wouldn't say much, like last week as well, you can guess how things are. Yeah. All right. So the answer is India, Indonesia, Australia, and New Zealand. So these are some of the upcoming regions which is in Asia Pacific and Japan region. And then last week there was an announcement about the latest region launch in Indonesia. And then if you were paying attention, Noah was showing as well. She was very proud about it. There's a region available in Indonesia during her presentation. Cool. Leaderboard. All right. Albert coming up. Nurul is also taking a lead. So we have the top 5 over here. Jones, I don't know if you are eating, breathing, and studying all about AWS all the time. Cool. Quiz. What's the visual development environment that offers front-end developers to accelerate UI development with minimal coding? Is it AWS Amplify Studio? Is it Lambda Studio, Code Guru, or Bug Bust? This should be fairly easy because this was announced at the latest reInvent, which happened a couple of weeks ago. Was the visual development environment that offers front-end developers to accelerate UI development with minimal coding. What could that be? Yes, most of you got it correct. That's Amplify Studio. So let's quickly move on to our... Oh, awesome. So we have Jones, Albert, and then KSK and Nova and Ice Guy on the top 5 places. Cool. 7th question. Where does AWS code build push the output from the build process? Is it EC2? Is it S3? Is it ECS? Is it SES? Let's keep those answers coming in. Is it EC2? Does it go to a bucket? Is it S3 bucket, or is it ECS? Yes. So the correct answer, I think there has been a mistake. I think the answer is S3. So nothing to worry. We'll discard this question, even though there has been a slight mistake in over here. So the correct answer is S3. Yes. All right. Cool. So we are moving on to the 8th question. What's the new community-driven question and answer service launched at reInvent? Is it Resecure? Is it recap? Is it repost? Or is it rewrite? Everything is resecure, recap, repost, or rewrite. Which of these is the correct answer? Yes, most of you got it correct. That is repost. All right, we have changes in the spot over here now. And now we are moving on to the last 7 questions. I'm sure Furin is waiting for his session timing. So we'll be quickly moving on with this question. The Kahoot quiz. What's the latest pillar in AWS well-architected framework? Cost, reliability, performance, or sustainability? What do you think? If you were paying attention to Werner's keynote, or if you checked out latest news, you would have seen it. All right, so that was sustainability. Any changes in leaderboard? Yes, there are some changes in leaderboard. Awesome. Let's move on to this other question, the 10th question. What's this device? You probably would have seen it. Panorama, Aurora, Lambda, or is it Megamind? Panorama, Aurora, Lambda, or Megamind? If you're following Mike Chambers, one of the AWS machine learning hero based out of Australia, he has done a couple of videos about this as well. All right, most of you got it correct as well. So that's Panorama. That's a Panorama device. If you want to learn more, go and check out the videos available in YouTube. There are some fantastic videos done by our very own AWS machine learning hero, Mike Chambers. Cool. So moving into the 11th question. Developers can interact with AWS via the Web Console, AWS CLI, AWS SDK. All of the above. Not none of the above. It's all of the above. All right, what's the answer? Web, CLI, or SDK? What's your answer? Let's keep them coming. All right, most of you got it correct. So if you're a person who just using Web Console, do know there's CLI and SDK. And if you're just a person who been using CLI, there's Web Console and SDK as well. Awesome. So let's quickly check out the leaderboard. There are no changes at all at this point. Nice. So the 12th question. AWS Deep Razor gives you an interesting and a fun way to get started with reinforcement learning, natural language processing, supervised learning, or unsupervised learning. What's the answer? Reinforcement learning, natural language processing, supervised learning, or unsupervised learning. Nice. So Deep Razor gives you an opportunity to get started with reinforcement learning. Any changes in the spot? Yes, there are some changes. We just have Noah joining in on the top 5 positions. So let's move on with the 13th question. 3 more to go. How many layers has the AWS machine learning stack has? How many layers has the AWS machine learning stack has? Is it 1, 2, 3, or 4? All right. So there are 3 layers in a machine learning stack. So let's check out the answers. All right. Albert coming to 2nd place. KSK on 3rd. AWS have come up. I wish if we know the person's name, and M3 as well. Cool. 14th question. How many data sets are required to train a model with Amazon personalized? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? Which one is that? Is it 1, 2, 3, or 4? All right, let's see. Awesome. So I think it's again a evenly distributed answer set. So you only need one data set to train a model with Amazon Personalize. Cool. There has been a slight change in the leaderboard as well. Now we are moving on to the final question. So in this final question, um, that's something an interesting one. We'll be checking out. It's mostly how fastly that you answer. Let's see. So the final question. All right. There's multi-select. Did you all have a good time? All right, what's your answer? All right, slowly the answers are coming up. Slowly answers are coming up. Cool. Both the answers are correct. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining with us today for this Kahoot quiz. Hope it was fun and it was informative as well. And you were able to learn some new concepts or maybe new sort of facts about AWS today. So let's check out who's on the top. Albert is in the third place. KSK in the second place. And the winner is Zach Jones Noel. Congratulations, Zach Jones Noel. Thank you very much for joining in with us today. And so we have two more runners up as well, AWS and then another person. So all of you will receive an email from us requesting for your certain details. So you will be able to receive the prize for this Kahoot quiz from our end. So thank you very much for joining with us. So let me quickly move back into our presentation, and I'm pretty sure we have Serena and then Furin and the crowd joining in as well. So I'm gonna remove the Kahoot quiz from here, and then let me quickly add on my screen. Cool. So I'm gonna add in Serena. Serena, over to you.
Hey guys! Oh, that was a super fun game. And for those of you who missed out, your fingers didn't quite grab some of the keys fast enough, not to worry. We have another round of a lucky draw later on with some giveaways, and they're equally attractive, if not more, to some of the prizes from Kahoot. So stay tuned, guys. You know, we're here to celebrate you till the end of the day. So we'll give those giveaways out. Okay, so for those of you who've just joined us, welcome. My name is Serena, and Shafraz was taking one for the team just now, hosting the second half of the session. We're almost probably on to the last few segments. And after the Kahoot quiz, we're coming back to our presentation sessions. And coming up next, we're going to have Furin joining us. Now, Furin is part of the AWS team, and he is in the ETW function. And what ETW stands for is basically education to workforce. And basically what Furin does, he's the technical program manager lead, and he helps to uplift and educate young builders and developers, getting them enabled on AWS. And he's going to share with us some of the many offerings and programs on skill building for the future workforce, and basically what we offer to you guys out there if you're interested on how you can get learning and building on AWS. So on to you, Furin. Are you ready?
Yeah, hi, hello. Can you hear me? And can you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Hi, hello everyone. Welcome to Community Day ASEAN. So maybe previously, if you already joined like this morning sessions, I also share within the Community Day Indonesia. But then today I have a double session, so I also going to talk about something a bit different, but this is for the ASEAN. So yeah, let me introduce myself. My name is Forin. I'm a technical program manager for AWS Amazon Web Services. And my team, it should be from education to workforce. So maybe previously you know the program like AWS Educate and also the AWS Academy. But then since early this year, we focus on something is more important than that, right? Because in the past, we only focus on the skill, knowledge, and then certifications. But I think, or we think that the most interesting thing is that we should focus on how to help students or everyone to get a job. So yeah, today I will share about the education program in AWS. So yeah, the title for today's session is the importance of cloud computing, especially from the education perspective. Okay. So this is a quick interview. Maybe we also already know about AWS. Yeah? AWS is like the cloud provider. We provide highly reliable, scalable, low cost infrastructure platform that already power millions of businesses. Currently, we already established in more than 240 countries, 245 to be exact. And then AWS is recognized as the cloud leader for 11 consecutive years. So from 2010 until 2021, we are recognized or known as the cloud leader in the world based on this Gartner quadrant. So this is like a quick what set us apart, because there's also a lot of questions what the difference between AWS and the other one, or the others. So yeah, we have the experience. We already been in this world since 2006, and then we have a lot of service. We known as the service breadth and depth. We have more than 200 service, and then more than 5,000 features. So it's a lot. In terms of a global footprint, maybe previously it's already been shared that we keep growing, and we have new regions. Just weeks ago or maybe days ago, we also launched a region in Jakarta, in Indonesia. Currently, we have 26 regions, 84 availability zones, and more than 300 edge locations. And another interesting part that in terms of pricing philosophy, we are not increasing the price, but since 2006, we already reduce or proactively reduce the price until 109 times. So yeah, this is the things that set us apart from the other players or the other companies. Okay, and then yeah, if we saw this like maybe earlier that we mentioned, or I mentioned that we have a lot of customers, but then you say I never know who is the AWS customer, right? So yeah, I just share a little bit. So basically, like in Indonesia or in other countries, usually we just click the apps, we use the applications, right? But yeah, most of them I think is based on AWS, or there's the AWS customers. From the left side, it's like a global company. So if we used to watch like Netflix, okay, in weekend we watch like the TV series and also the movies. Yeah, Netflix is one of the AWS customers. And sometimes if we do like social media, Twitters, it's also on AWS. Yeah, currently since we are in a pandemic, and then yeah, we always think about this vaccine, and we heard about this Moderna. We also heard about the Pfizer's. Yeah, both of these vaccines, they use or they leverage the AWS cloud to do the research to get this the vaccines. A DBS Bank, I think this is one of the bank that on top or they deployed on AWS. So not only for these commercial things, sometimes we also AWS also have a customer in terms of the entertainment and also sports. So we have a Bundesliga. So maybe later on we share some video about this Bundesliga, how AWS or how to implement this technology in the sport or the entertainment industry. So maybe it's a bit different if we watch the another like the football match, they only predict like who will win, who will lose, what is the percentage, right? But within the Bundesliga, like the data is so they share a lot of data. So who will have like the biggest pressure? What is the pressures? What is the chance of score? Who run the fastest? Who have like the highest passing rate and so on and so on. Okay, so in my opinion, since I also a football fan, I think it's very interesting, right? And then Epic Games is also using the AWS, NASA, Coursera, and maybe from the right side, since I'm based in Indonesia, so usually I show the Indonesia customers. There's a lot of Indonesia customers part of the AWS customers. So for example, like we have a Traveloka, we have Gojek, we have Tokopedia, Halodoc. These all the customer from like AWS customers. Okay, next maybe I will share about how to implement AWS in Bundesliga on the or in the football on the here. Okay, mungkin can you play the video, Shafras? Okay, maybe we can wait for Shafras to play the video.
All right, let me do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, we maybe wait a little bit.
All right, Furin, give me 1 or 2 minutes. Let me quickly add that up to the stream so that we can show the video.
Okay.
All right, I'm just quickly checking it out.
Yeah, so basically this is like how to implement like the AWS cloud technology. They use like machine learning. They also use kinesis. They also use like a lot of things that they create to generate data. So they analyze and then they share it with the customer or the audience, right? Because so far maybe we only know that AWS we can do like this server thing. They create application, they deploy it for the commercial, something like that. But then this is beyond everything. I think this is very interesting from my point of view, because yeah, by looking at this these samples or this video, I think yeah we can have some idea that yeah it's not only about commercial, how about to purchase stuff, but yeah we can deploy this in other thing, other place.
Yeah. All right, let me play the video.
Okay.
Sports is really, I think, the greatest storytelling form that we have in our society, and also something that can really bring us together. What we do in our partnership with the Bundesliga is that we really try to use data and analytics to really tell a much richer story, using recent advances in technology, and especially machine learning, to analyze what happened, what went wrong, and what was that little moment that gave that one team the edge over the other. I'm definitely a fan of the football game. In the past, most of the analysis has really been focusing on being on the offensive side, looking at things like passes, shots, but the defensive side really remained a mystery. So one of our Bundesliga match facts is most pressed player. For that person in ball possession, is he or she actually under pressure? And how much pressure? One of the great examples of pressure is when one of the teams is moving the ball downfield. The pressure is rising, but how do you quantify that pressure into a numerical value? The reason that we can do that now is because we have technology that can track players. We use around 16 to 25 cameras positioned at different locations in the stadium, and using computer vision, translate that in positional coordinates. And it does this 25 times a second. It sends this data every second to AWS. Once we have this raw data, we look at the position of the defenders. The highest point of pressure is if a defender would be right in your face. Second, the different angles. And once we have that, we sum that pressure of each of these multiple defenders to one pressure value. So he's under a lot of pressure. One of the defenders almost captures the ball, but he manages to just at the last second make the magnificent shot, resulting in a goal. In a match, there are about 3.5 million positions that we need to evaluate. And we need to compute this on the fly in real time. Within 500 milliseconds, we're able to aggregate and send it out so that in nearly all countries around the globe, you can see the Bundesliga match facts on your screen. The AWS Cloud serverless technology allows us to spin up big machines and have compute available anywhere at any time. I think this is just the start of what we're about to uncover, really analyzing data to see what is really driving which different tactic and try to explain to the viewer what is the story about this game, which player is making the difference, to create those memories and bring people together. And when that happens, it's an incredible feeling.
Yeah, okay, yeah, thank you for the video. So yeah, this is good, right? So it's something that we need, maybe we need to explore, and yeah, we can use this for the study case, right? So if we talk about this machine learning, about the cloud computing, about the serverless, so it's not all about like the commercials, not only about whether you can detect something. So yeah, we can apply this within the sport, because I believe that, yeah, I think some of us is like football fans. So yeah, it's doable. So maybe we can implement it in our country. So how we use this machine learning and so on and so on to predict things, to gather more data, right? So yeah, I think that's the thing that I want to share. So yeah, that's the first part. So in a glance, I introduced about this cloud computing, AWS, the customers, and then what is the sample, like out of the box, the one that sometimes or we never hear about that. So yeah, if you want to have more information about this AWS and Bundesliga, maybe you can check on YouTube, AWS Bundesliga, and then we have a lot of video there. Okay, and then I want to talk about these cloud job trends. Okay, we need to understand, is it okay to get a job within a cloud? Is it the right thing to do? So yeah, this is the new slide. Okay, because maybe if you join some of my session before or within this year, I keep showing almost the same slides, right? But this is the new data. I think this is the second time that I share this thing. So this is the most in demand IT skill in 2021. So not in 2019, not in 2020. So this is the fresh new data. So it's also coming from this global knowledge. So based on the research from the global knowledge, this is the most in demand IT skills in 2021. So we can see like on the top left, there's a cloud computing, cybersecurity, DevOps, AI, ML, and so on and so on. So yeah, I think the position of the cloud computing there is very interesting, because I also believe that cloud computing changed a lot of things. And yeah, by know or understand about the cloud computing, we can work better, we can have a better performance, we a better cost, and we can make uh, thing or do our job faster, right? So for example, when we like to do like software development, so usually we do like in local, we will like develop like web applications, mobile applications. But if all the customer or all the company is moved to the cloud, so yeah, I think it's very good thing that we understand about the cloud computing. So it's not only about the developer side, but yeah, we also need to know about the cloud, the environment, and how to run all these things within the cloud. Same thing with the cybersecurity, because previously we work and maybe we try to um, have the security within our infrastructures, right? But then what should you do if everyone or every company move to the cloud? So yeah, I think the same thing, that yeah, we need to understand about cloud. We need to learn about the cloud and how we do the security in the cloud. So yeah, the position of the cloud computing there, I think is very interesting. Okay, and then this also like the share or the data coming from the global knowledge, right? Same thing, but it's more like skills, demand, and also the things. So it is said that the cloud computing is the second most difficult hiring area. Like 28% managers worldwide that agree that it's very hard to find a people or a person that able or understand about the cloud computing, and the cloud adoption rates, it outpacing the training. So the technology is very vast. Maybe like every year in December, AWS have this reinvent. They share about they innovate something, and it's very quick, right? And then the training, like the students and everyone or most of the people is by a bit like left behind, right? So yeah, it's very hard. The IT decision maker believe that it's very hard. And then this also interesting that 64% like the IT decision makers globally, they say that the certified employer deliver USD 10,000 or more in added value. So yeah, this is important that we only not only about knowledge and skill, we also need to validate our knowledge and skill with the certifications. Because if you only know about this knowledge and skill, no certifications, it's hard to justify whether you really good at it or not. So yeah, I also encourage you to get these certifications. Okay, and yeah, maybe moving forward in 2022, right, from the AWS and also the AWS education program, yeah, we will have not only about training and certifications, we also going to create more and more job fair. So because based on the feedback or the customer story, right, um, they like the students, it's hard to get a job, and then the company is also hard to get a talents. So moving forward, we try to close the gap, and we try to bridge most of the students or the learners to get a job, especially in the cloud industry. And yeah, this is the data from Indonesia. So this coming from the Alpha Beta consulting firm. They released this data in February 2021. So yeah, based on their research, that Indonesia, we have sort of digital talents that able to use this cloud computing skill, where this computing skill is very needed in 2025. So that's also the reasons why we keep supporting the government, and we try to push our education program. So hopefully next year, if this Alpha Beta consulting firm doing the same survey, this number will be smaller. Okay, so yeah, maybe previously Nova also shared that she joined this digital talent scholarship. Yeah, I'm very glad that she got something, and currently she's become one of the community leader in Indonesia. Okay, so how to start, how to learn a new thing. So yeah, I share this two education program in Indonesia. First, we have this AWS Educate. You can access with awseducate.com. So this is for 14 years and above, and not graduate. So it's not graduate from high school, not graduate from undergraduate, not graduate from the postgraduate, and so on and so on. So as long as you're students, then you can join this AWS Educate. So within this AWS Educate, we introduce like 12 career pathway and also 14 badges. So this career pathway that we introduce, like what is the most popular jobs that related with the cloud that really needed. Because in my opinion, and I think it's also true, right, we sometimes we heard about this uh, data science or maybe like this solution architect in the cloud, but then we don't know what to start, how to start, and we don't know what is they doing, right? So within the AWS Educate, you can explore and you can understand more about the jobs and what is the requirement. So later on, you can prepare and take a deep dive on that. So yeah, this available in English, and also it's available in Bahasa Indonesia if you're in Bahasa area, Bahasa Indonesia, and also yeah, we have a job support. But then if you are no longer a student, then you can leverage these training and certifications. You can access using AWS training. So we have this instructor led, or you have a self-paced, we have a classroom model, or you have the online model. This training and certification is trained by the experts, whether it's coming from the internal AWS training and certification teams, or we also have a training partner. So definitely they already been validate. They know what to do. Okay, we also have more than 500 online courses available. The thing that you can learn, I think it's free of course. So if you want to start, you also can access this skillbuilders.aws. This is a very good place to start. You can learn a new thing from AWS training or the skill builder for training. Okay, I think that's the thing that I want to share. Yeah, I encourage you all guys to maybe try to explore AWS Educate or AWS to training to understand more about the AWS. And our content is usually we keep update the content. Okay, I think that's all for my sessions. I hope you still enjoy this community day, because all of us coming from to share more information and more interesting stuff for all of you. Okay, thank you. I give it back to Shafras. Oh, Serena.
Thanks, Viren. That was really, really interesting and fruitful sharing. So, hope you guys enjoyed that. If you're interested in finding out more about the ETW programs, all of the Educate resources available, as you heard from Viren, we really do have a lot of resources and tools and platforms to enable and uplift the community and developers out there. So, feel free to post your questions in the chat box or reach out to Furin. I think he left his social media handle. And yeah, let me just check if we have any comments or questions so far. Seems like all good. Well, guys, Furin will be here for the next few minutes as well. So if you have any questions you want to ask him more about ETW Educate, or just how to get started on, even for your certification exams, Furin is very tenured. He'll be able to give you some tips as well. You can reach out to him. Otherwise, thanks a lot, Furin, for taking the time to join us today. Alrighty, we are going to move on to the last few segments of today's Community Day ASEAN 2021. We have a panel discussion and as well as community awards, and last but not least, a lucky draw. So stay tuned, guys. But in the meanwhile, we actually had a little quiz and giveaway during Av's session just now, where he asked 3 questions, and some of you guys stood a chance to win his very exclusive machine learning with Amazon SageMaker cookbook. So we've seen that book is a very, very thick book, and with loads and loads of informational content for you to get started on machine learning, and especially with Amazon SageMaker. And the winners, do we have the winners, Shafras? That's right. Congratulations to Brian, to Bobby, and Maisam. Now, because of data protection privacy, we will not be collecting your email addresses. Please, could you reach out to Shafraz and myself over LinkedIn to let us know about your contact details, especially your email address, so that we can get in contact with you, and we will make sure that the cookbook signed and autographed exclusively by ours will be shipped over to you. All right? Okay. Thanks very much, guys. Now, for those of you who are interested in purchasing this cookbook, it's available on where else but Amazon, so you can go check it out. Also, sometimes we do run some of our user group meetups, especially when we're focusing on machine learning, where we also do giveaways. So stay tuned and look out for that. You might just stand a chance to also get a copy of your own SageMaker cookbook by our very own AWS machine learning hero, ours. Okay, moving on to a panel discussion. This is one of, in my opinion, one of the most exciting activities of today's agenda. And it's featuring 4 of our esteemed AWS heroes and user group leaders from 4 different countries. So we have Raphael Quizzes from Philippines, Kaushik from Malaysia, another Rafi, but he's Raphael Jambalos. We call him Jambi, also from Philippines, and Vid from Thailand. And this session will be moderated by a very, very familiar face. Many of you would know this guy, a senior developer advocate, Donnie. So they'll be talking about 2022 community trends, some of their experiences. Some of them actually went over to Vegas and just came back, or are actually still in quarantine. So they'll be able to tell you some of their personal experiences from the recent reInvent in Vegas and all things community. So over to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Serena. And hello, everyone. Thank you for joining AWS Community Day ASEAN, and welcome to this panel discussion. So in this panel discussion, we're going to discuss some of reInvent highlights from the perspective of our AWS heroes in ASEAN. And then we're going to also talk about the technology trends for next year, 2022, and all things related to community. So if you have any questions to ask our panelists for today, please put them in the comment box. We will address them, but only if we still have time. Okay, so my name is Donny Procoso. I'm a senior developer advocate covering for ASEAN, working for AWS. And with me, we have 4 fine gentlemen across 3 countries in ASEAN. On the stream, we have Rafi, and we have Kaushik from Malaysia. Rafi is from Philippines, Fit from Thailand, and Jambi from Philippines. Thank you so much, guys, for joining this panel discussion. I'm super excited to moderate these sessions, and I have prepared a couple of questions from you guys. So here's my cue card. I hope all of you are ready. But before we get started, can each one of you do a quick introduction? We will start with Rafi.
All right. Hello, everyone. All right, great to be here. So I'm Rafi Kisambing, the AWS Community Hero of the Philippines, and also part-time YouTuber. I'm a technology officer from Education, and also support other startup companies as an AWS Startup Scout. So feel free to reach out to me in various social media.
Awesome. Thank you, Rafi. Kaushik, you are next.
Thanks, Donny. Thank you for having us on this platform. Kaushik Monraj here, part of a premier consulting company called BlazeClan Technologies, and I'm a director with them in Malaysia, an AWS community hero and an APN ambassador, and I'm a co-organizer with a wonderful team here of AWS User Group Malaysia as well.
Thank you, Kaushik. Fit, you are next.
Hi everyone, I'm Vit Yanatakul, AWS Community Hero from Thailand. I'm working as the Managing Director at Delitex, an AWS consulting partner company in Thailand. Currently, I organize the user groups, meetups, and facilitate like a user group Facebook channel for Thailand community.
Thank you, Fit. And lastly, Raphael Jambalos, aka Jambi. It's yours.
Hi everyone. Hi Donny. Nice to be here. Yeah, so I'm
Rafael Hambalos. You can call me Jambi. I'm working for a cloud consultancy firm called eCloud Valley Philippines. So we are a premier consulting partner as well. So in eCloud Valley, I'm leading a team of cloud native developers now working with Lambda, API Gateway, and then I'm on my free time, I also help Sir Rafi organize the monthly meetups. So I've been with the community since like 2018, but I started being active 2020 during the pandemic. In my spare time, I write a blog post in dev.to that I'll tell you more about it later, and I also read books. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, guys, thank you for the introduction. Now, for you viewers, you know who to reach out to in your local country in case you want to do community collaboration. Um, and also, talking about community, Rafi, Kaushik, Fit, and Jambi, all of you started from early stage. And I know that during that time, we didn't have many communities or people to support, right? And my first question is, how did you start your community and what was your motivation? Let's start with Rafi first.
Right. So thanks for that, Donnie. Now, as you mentioned, I am indeed an early adopter of AWS back when there was no AWS Office. That was back in around 2012, 2013. Right. And so it was very difficult to learn during that time. There wasn't much mentors that I could approach. So when I got my certification back then in 2013, that validated myself as I am knowledgeable in AWS. I know the best practice by that time, and I wanted to make sure that our country had a lot of individuals skilled in the cloud. So then I decided to help build the community for learning and sharing so that they don't have to find it as difficult to learn AWS compared to my journey.
I see. Okay. I still believe it was 20. It was that was 6 years after AWS was launched, right? Yeah. And okay. So how about you, Kosik?
I think very similar story. I believe we all start contributing to the community for a reason, right? And something that you want out of it. When I started working with Blazeclan, that was one of the early adopters and a partner back then. And we wanted to start a community around it because it was new. This was back in 2011 and 12, right? When we started this off, and we started back in my hometown in India, we started a user group in Pune. Then that continued to be, Clouditex and so on and so forth. But, though that was a starting path and that still goes on, for Malaysia user group, I had a very established platform, with the likes of Mo and Salam, who had established that. I just joined them as, Jambi said, I just joined them as attendees, and then now participating with them and helping grow the community here, because that is important. You need your community to thrive if you want to grow. So that's my main motivation to see why, and to contribute to the community. Yeah, that's the way I look at it.
Awesome. Okay, now we're moving to Thailand. Fit, how about you?
Yeah. So I think my story is back that begins like 7 years ago. So when I work with like a startup companies, and that time we plan to grow to the market to Japan. But at that moment, I just have a chance to meet AWS solution architects who like enlightened me that AWS is not just only the servers. So they taught me that if you would like to expand, you can use thing like S3 to store your storage, and you can using the Beanstalk to deploy your platform, something like that. That is he taught me how to architect the application AWS. So at that time, it's like fall in love in AWS. That it is not only like just the servers. So at that time, I have a passion on AWS and like start build a community around for everyone who would like to learn how to architect AWS. And that time I start my community. Yeah.
I see. I still remember back then. I believe in 2012 or 2011. Sorry, we only had one type of EC2. It was Classic. And there's not much thing left. And then we didn't have Lambda yet back then. Okay. Amazing, Fit. Thank you. And Jambi, how about you?
Yeah, I started out but way back in 2015. No, I started out joining the AWS meetups monthly. No, I go every month, and then I started having these role models now with Sir Rafi, Sir Diwa, no, and my mentor Sir Arvs exposed me to all of the role models, no, all of the possible opportunities that I can have, that I can study with AWS. No, so that's my reason for building a community with Sir Rafi, here in the Philippines. No, I want the younger generation, those fresh graduates, those shifting from other careers, no, to be able to have role models, to be able to have people who can they can look up to and say, oh, if he was able to do it, 3 years from now, I'll be able to do that same thing and be able to land that job in AWS and be able to uplift my life, right? So that's my main motivation for helping build the community here.
Amazing. I can feel your love for the communities, and I that makes you a really great leader like what you have right now. Okay, so Kaushik and Rafi, both of you, you are AWS heroes, and I heard that you went to Las Vegas this year to attend AWS reInvent. Is that right?
That is right.
Awesome. Okay, so apart from the flight, which I hope it was pleasant and safe for you, how was your experience attending the AWS reInvent? Because last year we had a full virtual. This year we had a hybrid type. We had offline and online as well. And what was the experience? And what did you like the most?
Okay, I'll go first in this case. So yes, so this time, it was a scaled down version, as you said, because it was a hybrid one. But still, we had 20,000 folks in one place, and having those like-minded people discussing and networking. So that's something which is very key as part of reInvent. That's what I look forward to. There were a lot of firsts and lasts that happened during this reInvent, like the keynotes of the new CEO. That's something which was interesting to look at. And the overall experience is always enriching. Talking to your customers, talking to the AWS teams that we work with as partners, you get to meet face to face from other countries. So that's a great experience. And especially working from home for the last 2 years, this was a good change to meet people and understand. And that thought process and thought exchange was a main takeaway for me.
Cool.
Right. Yes, and I'd like to stress out on my end that every attendee has different purposes of attending reInvent. Now, reInvent is not just about the sessions. There's a lot of purposes and goals that you can attend, uh, or you can do while you're in reInvent. So, for example, you're a first time, you might want to do hands-on labs. You want to attend deep dives or hear new launches. This is just one part of reInvent. There's a lot of things that you can really do. So again, the event itself was great. I really liked most the networking of people, especially the user groups, leaders, the heroes, and even I get to talk to some of the AWS product owners and give them my direct feedback, such as I mentioned, to the Deep Racer team, that maybe they can make the physical mats smaller, the racetrack smaller, so that it's easier to bring around. So that's one of the things that I mentioned to the Deep Racer team directly, right? So that access to the product owners themselves is really good in terms of customer feedback, what you can do in reInvent. What was difficult for me this year, as you mentioned, was the travel, flight, and quarantine. And of course, I wanted to make sure that my trip was longer than my required quarantine, right? So that's difficult, but still very much sulit. That's the word here in the Philippines. I mean, it's very much, I made sure that I made the most out of it. And a fun fact this year is I joined a chicken eating contest,
The
right?
Buffalo Chicken Wing
The
Contest.
Buffalo Chicken Eating Wing Contest. I had an early lead start, but definitely I could not compete with the top 10 eventually. But maybe next year, right? So I hope everyone joins us next year also in reInvent.
Okay, you heard that, guys. If you had a chance to go to reInvent, that could be one of your motivations to join the Buffalo Chicken Wing contest. Okay, so as always, I know that at reInvent there was so many features launches. There are the couple of services launches as well. We had RoboRunner, we had IoT Express Link, and we had so many stuff over there. Based on your perspective, any highlights and announcements you were most excited about?
All right. Let me take this now. So, as a seasoned attendee of reInvent, I didn't actually go for the highlights and announcements immediately. Because again, we wouldn't know what the highlights and announcements are until you are already there, right? So what I actually optimized for is swag. No, just kidding. I optimized is the networking and sessions, as I mentioned, and especially the sessions that I feel like I can bring back to the community. So for me, the bug bust event, that's a session that I wanted to attend, so that if ever in the future, maybe on the ASEAN level or country level, we could also do a bug bust event.
Bug bust, I love that. Okay, Kaushik, how about you?
And I think, as I said, for me, the key things were, there were the announcements were no big bang announcements. If you would see this time around, it was lot emphasis on to add more value to the existing set of features that are there, and that's 200 plus, right? So that's already a lot out there. So now those services are, all the announcement was to make it easier and more accessible, to the general users of AWS. So I think that was a key theme that we saw, and that is interesting because there's a lot of work being put into something which is already there, and that's thing. And for me, of course, it is important to see how the reins would switch, the patterns would exchange between Andy Jassy and Adam, right? So Adam Silsky, who will be the new CEO, and who's the new CEO, which is key for our beloved AWS. A lot of things would be impacted on the thought process of what they would have. So those were the few things to see what they had from a thought leadership to bring to the table. There were a lot of laughs as well, like Doug's final keynote, Sandy Carter's, a lot of last keynote. But it was refreshing to see Stephen Orban as the marketplace leader to share his thoughts, his technical thing to be put forth, and of course the sustainability theme that was brought in by Werner Vogel. So I think these are the few key things that I see as important and exciting announcements through this reInvent.
I know that you are one of the advocates of sustainability. I think we can jump into that topic once that we've run through all these questions. Okay, so now we move the spotlight to Fit. Fit is our community hero and leader for AWS user group in Thailand. And Fit, you manage one of the largest AWS user group in ASEAN and one of the most engaging user groups. And looking from the Facebook posts and also all those comments, I know that you frequently create content and response to questions in daily basis. Based on your experience, what are the things that developers in Thailand mostly look for?
Yeah, I think for Log4j now. So just kidding. So mostly for the Log4j is quite a hot topic today for developers now. Yes. For many questions, mostly is fundamental questions, and the problem they face because I think in the beginning on the start, I think it was maybe quite hard to start. So it's mostly of the question is fundamental things, but there's the advanced users as well that community developers may be interested in, like a serverless container AIML. So that's one we have after we set up like a meetups. In the meetup we have got a good feedback because the meetups is mostly is more intermediate users, and also the advanced users going to participate and find the techniques and sharing their knowledge, right? And in addition of that, because I think AWS going to be more in the enterprise sector in Thailand. Yeah, that means developers must learn about the security, right? So so I found the security questions as well. For example, the how to integrate implement with the KMS, how to development the application with like a secret managers or something like that, right? So how to manage the secret. So I think for more security topics as well nowadays. And I think I would like to thank our community members as well. That I think our members also very good help each others to build up, and also I think most of the answers will quickly respond by I think with our members, and I think we have the great support from AWS team, from Thailand team as well, and also the ASEAN team that also they going to they also help to answer the questions and find the good good topics and also the good posts in our Facebook group as well. Yep.
Amazing. Fit, thank you so much for your work, man. Really appreciate helping the community.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we move the spotlight to Jambi now. Jambi, you are one of the leader in AWS User Group Philippines, and you also happen to manage dev.to AWS Community ASEAN. That's the community blog. I'm going to post the links on the YouTube comment box once that I ask you this question. But can you share a bit about this community blog and what does it do? What is the objective and how does it work?
Sure. Thanks, Donnie. So yeah, in the community blog, no, so it's hosted actually in dev.to. No, so dev.to is a great community platform, no, for developers, no, where they want to share tips, you want to share posts, right, knowledge, right. So dev.to is very supportive. No, it's actually it's free for all. There's no paywall. That's what I love about it. And the community is so supportive. You know, when you write a post, you know, you're not writing to a wall. No, people actually comment on the post, and that's what I love about it. And the comments are, you know, that they read them, right? Because the comments are very very detailed, right? And or they ask you something in the middle of the blog. So that's what I love about the platform. So that's what we're trying to do here with the ASEAN community blog. That we want to be able to bring the ASEAN community into the dev to platform. So the one way we did that is by creating a publication called AWS ASEAN Community Publication in dev.to. So if you create an account, no, you create an account in dev.to, you can post as your own, no, or you can post in the platform. Of course, if you post as in the platform, you get to reach more users, no, both your followers and the followers of the publication, no. So you can join, you can join through this link. Let me share it with you. So I shared the link in the chat. No, so there's a form. Then you just fill up a 5 question form. Then we'll add you into the publication. We'll just send you a code via email. No. So let me tell you more about the blog. No, so I wanna be able to give you the meat. No, why we're doing this. So I'll can I share my screen, Ronnie?
Definitely, yes.
Yes. Okay. I'll share my screen. Share screen. All right. You can see my screen.
It's coming out. Let me put it on the screen. Yes.
All right. Okay. So a post, when you post to dev.to, it looks something like this, right? So your name, Rafael Hambalos, for AWS Community ASEAN, and then you can see your content here, no? Yeah. So you can see it both on your personal page, no, and you can see it in the ASEAN community, page. This is actually the first post in the community ASEAN blog, no. So this is our publication. So there's a lot of content, no, written by a lot of members of our publication. So there's a lot of content in it. Some of them are actually written in local languages, no, to help people that don't have 100% like don't. It's not the first language. It's not English. Is not the first language. No, it can help those people be able to get into AWS as well. No, for example, this content. No, so you'll be able to see it written in I think this is Thai, right? So you'll be able to see it written in Thai and explaining the concepts of AWS. No, so yeah, that's what's great about it. No? So let me show you about the actually the metrics that we have. So one great thing about this
I love this
publication is you can see the
transparency.
metrics. Yeah. So let's go to that. Okay, this one. So yeah. So Infinity, no. So we have 50,000 readers so far with 716 engagements and then 73 comments and 120 followers. So imagine you have like you have like 200 followers that add to that the 120 followers of the community blog, and that's how you magnify or increase your reach in dev.to. No. So actually, one of the things, no, why are we doing this? No, why are we even creating something like this? No, we want to be able to create multiple ways for community members to contribute to the community, right? To give back to the community. For some, it may be intimidating for their first gig or first contribution to speak in the AWS meetup. No, so we give this avenue so they can gain confidence, so they can share their ideas, they can they can test out their ideas before doing a talk. No, actually, we did this with several of the AWS speakers before in 2021. No, so what we did is we have them post in the Community ASEAN blog, no, and then they were able to refine their idea through the comments below, right? And they were able to prepare a presentation, the next month. So they were able to gain confidence, and that's our goal, to see members contribute more. And if speaking is not their thing, no, they can just contribute here repeatedly. We have several regular contributors here, like Jones Noel, right? Also a speaker here, right? So yeah, Jones Noel. Yep. So yeah, that's pretty much the platform, no. But for we want to be able to encourage more people to contribute, no, to this platform or to this blog, no. So what we're working on with Donnie and Serena is be able to award content, no, by next year, no. So our Q1 promotion is that the post with the most engagement, no, will win a certain prize, no. So we'll release a post later on, and also the post with the most meaningful engagement or content as judged by Serena, myself, and Donnie and the team. Right. So yeah, stay tuned for that post. No, we'll be definitely releasing that, just fine tuning the details of that in the next couple of weeks, hopefully before the New Year's end. No, and then we'll be able to send that out to you guys. So yeah, so that's all for. I sorry, you're able to see my screen. So yeah, that's oh my god, yeah, that's all for that.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I
this
can
is the
remove
form.
your.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much, Jambi. Okay, so one question. We the developers in ASEAN, in Southeast Asia, we have different cultures, right? And then we are coming from different backgrounds, and we have many of local languages. And suppose that I'm a developer from Indonesia, and I want to contribute. Is it possible to write an article in Bahasa Indonesia and publish it there? Or probably some developers in Thailand or in Vietnam, can they publish their articles in their local languages?
Yeah, definitely. You can publish in your local languages as long as it conforms with our community standards. No, the community standards pretty much sums up in two sentences. No, as long as it's truthful, right? You're not misrepresenting anything, and two is you're not harming anything. Or and yeah, so those are the two things. No, and as long as you don't break that, then you can just keep on posting. No, we don't moderate that every content we check line per line. No, we just read the content and be able to see, okay, this content is passing, no, and you don't take articles off the internet, no, and pass it off as your own. No? So those are the three things, no. Just as long as you follow that, you can post anything in the platform or the publication. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so this is really a great momentum for all of you if you want to start contributing. And many of the developers they ask me how to present at the sessions at any kind of events, and I always say that every time that I need to speak about the latest technology from AWS or even giving out tutorials, I always write it down into an articles. And I think this is one of really good therapy for all of you. If you are developers, if you can write, that means that you can flesh out all of your ideas. And this is one of the the publishing blog that you can use to showcase your work. So really encourage you to sign up for the Dev2 AWS Community ASEAN. You can post in your local languages, and we cannot wait for what you're going to write. Okay, so next one. Now, this is the interesting part. We're going to play Nostradamus game. We're going to do predictions. So I'm going to ask all of you, based on your experience and interactions with developers, what are the cloud technology trends do you see are going to be adopted by developers by next year? We start with Rafi.
Right. Thanks for that. So there's obviously a lot of trends. No, I can enumerate them, but I wanted to just highlight maybe a couple, just two, that are quite unique that I see. Now, so in the AWS reInvent, there's actually an expo. So it's not just talk, as I mentioned. There's an expo room, or maybe an expo stage, right, where there's a lot of customers. There's also a lot of product owners. The entire AWS has a village where their service teams are there. So I was actually talking to the quantum computing team, because it's quite rare for me to get exposed to quantum computing. So I wanted to get that chance to visit them. No? And after talking with them, I can definitely say that this quantum computing is closer, or definitely nearer than what we expect. It's around the corner, definitely, right? So you'd be surprised, maybe in 2022, a lot of us will now be writing scripts in quantum computing, right? And the other thing that I also wanted to, as a prediction, right? If I look at recent news, where I was quite impressed to hear that Meta, also known as Facebook, has really chosen AWS as its cloud partner. So I can see that the metaverse is definitely coming, with the acceleration coming from AWS.
Amazing, thank you, Rafi. I just posted out the bracket, the Amazon bracket. Well, I believe that you talked to the product team for the quantum computing. Wow, that's amazing. I think we need to sit down and have a discussion about that, Rafi.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, cool. Next, Kaushik, what do you think?
For me, I think machine learning and AI in general is going to be democratized, where it will be made more practicable and accessible to everyone, for not just for those who are the traditional data engineers and the data scientists, right? Of course, the data leaders may not totally agree with it, saying that everyone who has done will be doing it. We don't agree with that, but I think that's the future. And guess the think big thought process, or the thought leadership of AWS will make that happen. Making this data and the analytical power to everyone without that base core understanding of behind that. So that's one. And the next thing that I see, and as a pattern, is the sustainability theme, as I mentioned before, is going to be very, very, very keen, right? You have now have Adrian Cockcroft from in Amazon as part of the VP of sustainability, who's leading that from the forefront, and many other folks. And I'll tell you why that is important, because many of the enterprises are taking that as part of their key goals that you're planning for the next year. All the be it the stock exchange in Malaysia, they've already announced, saying that by 2025 they want to be one of the sustainability, and technology is one of the key factors to contribute to that. So I think the thought process in that, and adding the pillar into the well architected framework as a sustainability pillar, that is something which is going to blow out of proportion, and we're going to see that adoption at a higher rate in this coming year. So that's my trend that I want to see happen.
I see. Yeah, totally agree with your first point, that the data analytics and AI ML. I mean, that's the beauty of making the technologies accessible to everyone, because it unlocks opportunity for everyone. That's really
Right.
cool. And also the sustainability. That's probably most of the organization's team for next year. Totally agree with that. Thank you, Kaushik. And Fit, what's your thoughts about this?
So I think that it's in the trend of the local platform. I think it's coming up from my observation of adoption. I think for the AWS Glue Data Build, I think this year, I think I found that many companies adopt using this because it's easy to use, and I think AWS is in this year they did a good job on the renovate the consoles and also the UX UI on the AWS console. So I think in this reinvent, I think AWS is on trend announcement in the new Amplify that integrated with Figma. That I think for this one, UX designer and developers can seamlessly work together and to build the application. I think it will be have a new applications coming up with this new amplifiers. And I think another one is a SageMaker canvas, right? That it's less like a business analyst can easily run a machine learning model without a deep knowledge of the machine learning. I think it's a good one, right? So I think in the 2022, I think maybe I going to see adoption of the Amplify and SageMaker canvas in Thailand, I think.
Amazing. Okay. And Jambi, what do you think about this?
Yeah, with the pandemic here, what my experience here in ECV, so we see more customers adopting to the AWS and moving their data in AWS, like data warehouse, data lakes, right? So for 2022, I agree with Kaushik. So we will be looking at more AI ML. So now that their data is inside their data warehouse or data lakes, how can they possibly make sense of terabytes or petabytes of data? So our customers are usually enterprise and they just store the data there. So what do they do? How do they make that into insights, business insights that they can act upon? So I think that's a trend that you will able to see. And there's a lot of SageMaker features already inside SageMaker. So from last year there's a big release, and also this year there's some releases for SageMaker. So it continues to lower the barrier or lower the cost to entry for developers and dev teams to go into SageMaker, start up an algorithm, and see churn out insights from data that they have. Yeah.
Okay, that's really cool. So definitely SageMaker, and also Fit also mentioned about the Amplify Studio and SageMaker Canvas. I cannot really wait what we can build for next year. That's definitely something that we need to cover at the AWS reInvent recap for AWS user group. Yeah, cool. Okay, so I think we're almost time. So let's wrap it up. Okay, you are AWS heroes and also AWS user group leaders. I believe that you had gone through many processes in your journey to reach this stage. And what are your advices for developers who want to step up to be tech influencer, or even better, a lead for AWS user group communities? Let's start with Rafi.
All right. So first and foremost, any leader or anyone from the Philippines who wants to be a leader, you can always reach out to me, to Jambi, to Arbs, and we will definitely help you. In terms of advice, as Arvs mentioned earlier in his talk, the time is always limited. We have responsibilities, jobs, families. So what we have to make sure is that when you become a leader, you first find out your purpose and passion. Make sure it's there, because once it's there, you can definitely make time for the community.
Awesome. Thank you, Rafi. That's really good advice. Kaushik?
I would say start small and grow from there to start to become an influencer. First of all is participate in the community in addition to your day job, because that is where the growth phase is, and that's what will accelerate it. So the thing is, participate if you cannot contribute, and once you see where you can add value, reach out and do what you can, right? So start small and grow, and then start influencing is what I would say.
Awesome.
And
Thank you,
of course,
Kaushik.
if you want to reach out to any one of us in this panel and other leaders out there for sure.
Oh, thank you for that. Okay. Moving to you, Fit.
Yeah, I think you can find your passion first. That is, if you have a passion on AWS, and you can maybe find your expertise, and you can start small as everyone says that we can start small by participating on the user groups meetups, and also you can maybe helping to answer the questions in the community's Facebook group or another channels, and writing the blog post, right? And maybe if we have the speed meetups or community days, you can reach out to me or Tax to have contributing in the meetups, right? So I think we can start on that.
Great. Thank you for your support of it. And
Yeah.
lastly, Jambi.
Hi, Donnie. So yeah, I agree with with Kaushik and Vit on this. No, you can start small. No, you don't have to speak every month or host every month. No, you can start small. Just go to the Facebook page. Look at there's lots of members posting questions. Try to answer truth as much as you can. Right. There's people reaching out to you. When they see you're participating. No, they chat. Oh, I'm using SageMaker. What are your tips? No, so try to give time answer. No, and just be there for the community, and you don't have to it doesn't have to be a part-time job. No, it doesn't have to be like a 4 hours a week kind of thing. No, it's just something you do. You just go into the community, be there, just observe and start small. You don't have to make it 100% right away. So that will come eventually as your momentum grows. No, it becomes easier to help people. No, and you go to the next level. Like you'll ask Sir Rafi, "Oh, Sir Rafi, can I volunteer to be a meetup speaker? Then after that, can I volunteer to help others in the community organized AWS reviews?" Right. So those are the things that I know that come out of it. So just start small and let's see where it takes you.
Amazing. You heard that, everyone, from our panelists. Just start. You have all of our supports. So if you have any challenges or you want to collaborate with us, just reach out to us and we'll be more than glad to sort it out. Okay. All right. That's all for today. Hope you get insightful discussion from all of us. Once again, don't hesitate to reach out to them, or even you can also reach out to me. I believe they will be more than glad to help you out. Once again, I'm Donnie. Thank you so much and happy building.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, everyone.
So much, AWS
Thank you.
Heroes, user group leaders, for your time. That was a really, really insightful, really brilliant session, actually. And thank you for taking the time to share all of your insights and tips on how to continue building with AWS. So we are on to our last two segments of Community Day ASEAN 2021. And so we're moving on to the community awards. I would say that this is one of the most awaited activities for today, and also the lucky draw. So guys, listen up here. We're going to do a virtual lucky draw. So this is going to be a very, very interesting one because we want to give everyone an equal chance, especially for some of you who didn't get a chance to win anything in the Kahoot quiz. This is your opportunity. Now, all you need to do is to comment one time on the chat box straight away. We're going to keep a record of your usernames and your handle. We're going to input it into a lucky draw raffle where we will spin the wheel and the algorithm will pick a winner randomly. The prizes up for grabs are a JBL speaker with $30 Amazon voucher. That's the third prize. The second prize is a Amazon Echo Gen 4 with a $50 Amazon voucher. And last but not least, for grabs in the first place, an Amazon Kindle with an $80 USD voucher. So guys, we are keeping track of your comments now. Please input your handle once so that we can pick up your name and start collecting it into the lucky draw. Yes, I see them coming in. We are going to close it soon, so fastest fingers first. Let's have 30 plus at least of your inputs. Comment on the chat box your username so that we can collect it and input it into our lucky draw raffle. Please comment only once, and we will close it in approximately 1 minute. I see the comments coming in. Thank you very much, guys. Hi, everyone. Donnie, I'm not sure if you're eligible for this. Nice try. Okay, incoming for everyone. Leave your username once. And then we're going to basically collect your username so that we can input it into the lucky draw wheel. And after the awards, we're going to spin the wheel, which will randomly select our lucky winners who will stand a chance to win our fantastic prizes and Amazon vouchers. Okay, so I'm going to just leave it open for just another minute, and then we're going to stop at that. Guys, this is your chance, because I see quite a number of eyeballs but not so many comments. So leave in your handle and we are going to put them into the flywheel. Yeah? Okie dokes. Now, on to the moment that we've been waiting for, the ASEAN Community Awards 2021. Now, this is the first time ever in the region's history that we are organizing this award, and that's because we want to take the chance to celebrate you, the community. So, as we celebrate the dedication, the passion, the achievements, and the dedication of all of you guys, including both the groups and the individual influencers, yes, we do appreciate all the fantastic work that you do. And every single day, we really are bowled over by all of the contributions and how you are sharing your passion and learnings with each other in the community. So we have a variety of awards, and probably in some of the winners, you will see some very, very recognizable names. I would also actually like to take the chance to invite Donnie to come on screen and do the community awards with me, because Donnie has worked very closely with the communities and the user group leaders for years now, and he would know many of these individuals and user group members and leaders more than any of me. So now, as mentioned before, we have quite a number of categories. We will go through them, and this is really nothing in comparison to the amount of achievements that they have contributed to the community. But each of the winners today will stand a chance to have receive a virtual cert, a plaque, and Amazon vouchers. Yep. So, all right, without further ado, Donnie, hello.
Hello.
Are you ready?
I am ready. Super excited for this segment, as.
Yes. Me too. So, this round of awards and the winners were picked through many rounds of deliberation and deep discussion between the developer engagement leads. So this was an interfunction discussion between the developer advocates, the community advocates, and as well as the community managers, also based on the kind of content and the activity that we have noted. Yeah. So let's get started onto the first category. Now, first category, drum roll, is the most active user group award.
And
now, this most active user group award basically is recognizing the user groups which have continued their huge amounts of passion and dedication to organizing community events and empowering the developers despite the pandemic. As some of the community leaders said just now, it's not easy to keep up the passion especially when we are not able to hold physical events. So we salute many of these user group leaders because we know that building a community and maintaining the engagement in the user groups is not easy, especially when we had to take everything online. And the winner is Donnie. Will you do us the honors?
And the winner for Most Active User Group Award is our AWS User Group Malaysia, Kaushik Mohan Raj, and AWS User Group Singapore, Steve Teo.
Yay! Congratulations, Kaushik and Steve.
Congratulations, guys.
Yeah. So Donnie, so this was a really, really tough one. And so it ended up being a tie because really I would say that these two have been pioneers in the scene. And between Singapore and Malaysia, they collectively hosted 11 meetups in a year, which reached over 2,600 developers. And that's not counting all of the daily conversations and discussions, all the engagements on the meetup platform. These guys were dedicated.
Definitely.
And they have 17,000 members on their Facebook and meetup platforms combined. And the numbers just continue to grow. So
I still remember those days. Steve and also Kaushik, they were plays a really significant roles to improve the activities within the AWS user groups communities in Malaysia and also in Singapore. They've gone through many stuff. But I'm super excited to see them as the most active user group winners.
Yeah. Thank you very much, AWS User Group Malaysia, AWS User Group Singapore, for the great work that you do. Okay, on to our second award for the day. And this is the Mentorship Award. And this award recognizes an individual who has been contributing selflessly and passionately back to the community, always giving back and mentoring the next generation of developers and builders so that they can grow and also, in time, give back to the community. I got goosebumps just reading that out. And the winner is
Sir Rafi, AWS User Group Philippine leader, and also, fun fact, one of the first of AWS Hero in Southeast Asia. Congratulations, Rafi.
Yeah, congratulations, Rafi. Yes, absolutely. No stranger to the community scene, not just in Philippines, but really over the region. He's just been participating selflessly in all of the meetups, volunteering himself, coming on board on panel discussions just to share his thoughts and tips. And he also kickstarted multiple chapters of user groups in different cities of Philippines and supported the creation of the Build Hers Plus chapter dedicated to women in tech in Philippines. Well, very, very impressive indeed. Huge round of applause to Rafi, and thank you for being an inspiration and mentor to many of the developers and the community members out there.
Awesome. Congratulations, Rafi.
Yep.
How many awards do we have as?
We have in total 8 awards.
8 awards, okay.
Yeah. Many people to celebrate, many people to pay attention to. Okay, next up. This award is the Outstanding Advocacy Award. And this award recognizes outstanding individuals who have displayed exemplary community advocacy. Now, we know that knowledge sharing and content creation is a combination of months or even years of hard work. And we recognize the amount of effort and hard work that goes into this. Holding the breath. And the winner is
Arf, AWS User Group Philippine leader and our first specialist machine learning hero in ASEAN. Congratulations, Arf.
Yay! Congratulations, Arf. Well, today we've heard him talking about his book, Machine Learning with Amazon SageMaker Cookbook, which is a really thick, heavy book, by the way. Must have been quite a journey writing that. But on top of that, Arves has always been selflessly contributing his knowledge and expertise on machine learning and SageMaker, and also, on the AWS Deep Racer back to the community in Philippines and the region. So thank you very much, Arves, and congratulations.
I have his books, and I cannot stress enough that I really recommend this book. This book is really good. Even you just getting started with machine learning, or even you are the intermediate users of machine learning, this book will be very valuable for you. Like, this is not an endorsement. This is pure my personal opinion. This one is really good. Thank you so much, Arf.
Thank you, Ars, and congratulations to the winners so far. Okay, we have 5 more awards to go. Next up is the Innovation Award.
Ooh.
And this award recognizes individuals who have shown incredible innovation and creativity to engage their fellow community while spreading their passion for knowledge sharing and growing the community and the user groups. So this award goes to
Jambi, AWS User Group Philippine leader, and also editorial-in-chief of Dev.2. Amazing. Congratulations, Jambi.
Congratulations, Jambi. So Jambi kickstarted the Dev2 platform, as all of you guys know, but really it all started because he had a simple vision to have a consolidated space for developers and builders to share their coding and knowledge with each other. And even though it was only launched really in the second half of 2021, as you guys heard just now, we've already garnered over 15,000 readers. And Jambi took full ownership of this, coming up with his own activities, vision, mechanics to encourage members to create and to contribute. And this is really for all of the developers across all of the different countries. So thank you very much, Jambi, and really, really outstanding and innovative efforts.
Thank you, Jambi, and congrats.
Okay.
Engagement Award.
Next one is the Engagement Award. And this award recognizes user groups who have shown passionate engagement and creative ways of engaging and conversing with developers and the community. Of course, especially during this challenging period, they had to show resilience and determination to encourage back and forth conversations. And the winners are...
Ooh, we have 2 winners.
Yes.
We have Fit, and we have 3 winners.
Yes. So AWS User Group Thailand, well, we all know that Vit and Tak are the AWS User Group leaders. And so we have to list both of them and give them due credit. Also our AWS heroes. And also the second winner is the Ho Chi Minh AWS User Group. So congratulations, for keeping the scene active. We have noted how even though many of the materials and information is released in English mostly, you guys take the dedication and passion to get the material translated, to kickstart conversations, and to post updates in your local languages so that the community members and developers can learn from the latest solutions and tools available. So thank you very much, guys. We see what you do.
We need to have a special discussion with all of them on how they could stay engaged in the social media.
Yeah.
They are really great on it. Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations, guys. Well, one thing to note is definitely we're really looking forward to when physical events come back, and we hope to be able to meet up with everyone face to face. And then you will see everything being revived again, in terms of the physical engagement as well. Okay, last 3 awards. And the next award is the Rising Star Award. And this award goes to up and coming user groups who have demonstrated determination and commitment in growing their user groups and contributing back to the community. They may be young, but they are mighty and a force to be reckoned with. And you can be sure that there will be user groups that we will be looking out for in the future as time goes by. And we again had a tie for this award. Winners are
We have two winners. We have Sumama from AWS User Group Pakistan and Chal from Build Hers Plus. That's amazing.
Congratulations. Now, just to note, even though we put the names here, we recognize that just because they're the user group leaders, so therefore we identified them and put their names there. But we also know that a lot of the effort in driving these community groups would not have been possible without a team. And so, positive highlights and call outs to all of the teams behind all of the user group leaders that we have listed out so far, besides the user groups. Now, AWS User Group Pakistan organized their first ever Pakistan Community Day this year. And that was really impressive. And also, Build Hers is one of the original AWS Women in Tech communities established and officially relaunched this year. And already they have more than 400 members organizing meetups every month and really, really being dedicated to uplifting and enabling women in tech. So amazing work, guys, and congratulations. You're making a splash in the community scene. Okay. Second last award is the Inspiration Award. And this award recognizes individuals who are an inspiration to other community members and leaders and who really, really walk the talk in terms of their dedication and passion to growing the community, enabling community members and developers around them. The winner is
Setia Budi,
Yay!
Our AWS hero from Indonesia. Congratulations, Pak Setia Budi.
Congratulations, Pak Setia Budi. Now, you may have heard in the opening address by Jeff Barr this afternoon, where he noted that Budi organized over 16 virtual events every week for 4 months in a row,
16.
reaching over, and that's 4 events per week.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's really no feat, considering that all of us, especially in the community, are doing this outside of our usual day jobs. I don't know how Pak Setia Budi found the time to do this, but he has always been regularly creating content and contributing back, inspiring developers to pursue their AWS certification journey and to also start their own YouTube channels to share the knowledge. And also, just in case you guys have not seen him, he is very recognizable with his background of soft toy
I love
doll.
his background.
It's our favorite.
Yes.
We should make it into a Zoom background. So that's another form of inspiration as well. Congratulations, Pak Setia Budi. Now, last but not least, is the community builder to look out for 2021. Now, guys, this was a really, really, really tough one. It was incredibly tough.
So, everyone, for your information, I didn't read all of this awards briefing, so my reactions was pure genuine. Wow, community builder to look out for. Come on.
Yeah. We have more than 120 community builders in ASEAN. And that is the second highest community builder per population density in the region after India in APJ. So guys, there is so much work that everyone is doing that is contributing back to the community in terms of your content creation, your sharing, and we really do see what you do. So this award recognizes the community builders who have actively accelerated their learnings ever since joining the Community Builders Program, who have actively spread their knowledge and experience with other community members and within their own networks for the past year. And it was so tough. Also, just to state up front that besides everyone being a winner, this was primarily looking at the AWS user group leaders and builders in Southeast Asia. So for the rest of you who are outside, we salute you as well. You guys are really all absolute winners. Hopefully one day we will have a community awards globally or across APJ, and everyone will, I'm sure there will be so many names that are on the comments chat here that will be appearing in the awards list. So, winners are
we have
so many
Fudo.
that we had to
we
choose
have six community builders. We have Fudo from Vietnam. If you've went to the dev.to AWS Community ASEAN, you're going to see a lot of his posts on containers, Kubernetes, and EKS. Amazing work. We have Sunas from Singapore. We have 4 community builders from Indonesia. We have Seski Ramadan. We have Lutfi Anandra. We have Peter J. Kambei. Hello, Om Peter. And we have Ananda Dwi Rahmawati. Congratulations, everyone. Keep up the good work.
Congratulations, guys. Now, the award was selected based on a number of criteria, also based on number of content, number of meetups, number of events, etc. So, if your name has not appeared on this awards list yet, it would very, very well appear quite soon in our next round of community awards. We'd love
Which
to.
is next year.
Which is next year. I think we're going to make it a thing, right, Dee?
Yes. We need to have this in an annual basis. I love this word.
Yeah. Well, so that brings us to the last award. Thank you very much to all of the winners and to everyone, really. Again, you guys are winners in your own right, for giving yourselves and your experience, sharing your knowledge and experience back with the community. Thank you. It has been an awesome year partnering with you guys, and we look forward to working closely with you over the future. All right. So, isn't that very fuzzy? Like a lot of fields, isn't it, Donnie?
Yes.
Seeing all the names. Okay, I'm going to make you stay online over here as we go through the lucky draw raffle. So we had the guys put in your user group, your handles, and Shafraz was taking one for the team, trying to pull together and collect all of the handles to enter them into our lucky draw. And I think we have quite a number there. Yes, so you see your name. So basically, it's pretty straightforward, guys. It will be pure algorithm, pure luck for you. As long as you have put in your handle just now, you will stand a chance. Again, the winners will stand a chance to win prizes, including Amazon vouchers as well as JBL speakers, and then a Gen 4 Amazon Echo Dot, and as well as a Amazon Kindle. Now, disclaimer, depending on what country you are and some of the shipping considerations, we may have to replace some of these gifts, but we will get in contact with you once you are a winner, if your name has been selected. Okay, so let's have Shafraz to pull the wheel and Donnie to announce the first winner. And
Congratulations, Benny Ibrani.
Congratulations, Benny. Okay,
Benny
so
was one of the viewers, one of the attendees at the AWS Community Day Indonesia as well. So
wow, Benny,
congratulations, Benny.
you have spent your day with us for both the Indonesia Community Day and also the Community Day ASEAN, and this is paying off. Thank you very much. Thank you for spending your holiday, your precious Saturday with us.
Saturday, not Sunday yet, as tomorrow is Sunday. We are still in the same time zone.
Still thinking of it. Yeah, well, precious Saturday and your festive season with us. And congratulations. You have won for yourself a JBL speaker and a $30 Amazon voucher. Okay, thanks, Benny. So what we're gonna do, if in case we don't have your email, we're going. Please get in touch with myself or Shafraz over LinkedIn. But we have your details. Okay. All right. Now on to the second prize, which is a Amazon Echo Dot Gen 4 and a USD $50 voucher. Hold the breath.
Yes, we have a winner, Arthur. Congratulations, Arthur.
Congratulations, Arthur. Okay, so Arthur, we don't know your last name, but we're going to try and get in contact with you, or please do contact myself or Shafraz, and yeah, we'll work out how to get your gift over to you. Congratulations again. Okay, last but not least, the grand prize. Okay. And that is a Amazon Kindle and an $80 voucher. I find myself holding my breath.
I didn't see my name for that. Oh. We have a winner, Arshad! Congratulations!
Yay! Congratulations, Arshad. Okay, this one we have your contact.
Yes.
We will make sure that we have your grand prize sent over to you. What good luck. Yeah, Rafi's manifestation. Well, that was super fun. Thank you very much, guys. We have come to the end of AWS Community Day ASEAN 2021. It has been an amazing, amazing day with you guys. Shafraz, would you like to come online?
Yes, I'm going to add him now.
Yeah.
It was fun, definitely. It was fun.
Yeah. So thank you very much, guys, for spending your afternoon with us. We'd love to hear your thoughts and your feedback. You can be sure that this won't be the last ASEAN Community Day. We look forward to organizing many, many more. Or especially if you guys want to take on your own and organize a community day, let us know. We'll be on hand to support you. As you can tell, loads of credits, giveaways, and swag, and a lot of love to give.
Yes. This award stuff is here to stay.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. Pretty tense as well. Pretty tense too. Yeah.
Yeah. So let us know your feedback, and otherwise, any other call to actions or last few tips and words for the people joining us today, Donnie and Shafraz.
Yeah, Donnie, you can go first.
Oh, okay. I would say just continue to extend the insights from our AWS heroes and also user group leaders. Start small. You can also always reach out to us if you need any help. If you face any challenges, you can reach out to us. You can reach Serena. You can reach me. You can reach Shafraz, or you can also reach your AWS user group leaders in your local country. We are more than glad to help you out. The key is just starting is the key. You can contribute to our the Dev2 community ASEAN, or even to speak up at the local meetups. So all the best for you guys.
All right. Thanks, Donnie. Thanks for those thoughts. I would reiterate the same thoughts because we are creating community over here in ASEAN. And then this is a very diverse community across like 7, 8 countries in this region. Diversity brings in lots of valuable insights. It brings in a lot of value to a community. So if you're from, like, doesn't matter from where you are, keep contributing back to the community because it matters. It helps out a lot of people. Like as you saw, there were a lot of like, for an example, Jambi was a community builder who was inspired by Rafi. Like similarly, Jambi will inspire more people to come in the future as well. So it's a I would say it's a rolling effect. So please do contribute back to the community. All of you are builders. All of you are amazing. You love to build things, and what other better way to build things other than creating stuff with AWS. So please do feel free to let us know how we can engage with you. Do go and join your user groups, get in touch with your heroes, get in touch with your community builders, and hopefully we'll have a bigger and a better community day in 2022. And please do feel free to let us know your feedback in this section, because that's something that we consider as foundation at Amazon, because we are a company which is customer obsessed. That's our number one priority, and based on your feedback we tend to improve on things, and especially in our community programs as well. So thank you everyone for joining in. Thanks for our speakers, thanks for our hosts, Serena, Donnie, and all our awesome speakers who are with us in the backstage. You are not able to see, but Noah was from there from the beginning. Arshad was there from the beginning, and then we had Jones, who's sitting outside of ASEAN, who's in India. He's also like still with us until the end. And then Furin, Kaushik, everyone, like Rafi, Jambi, everyone who has joined us today. Thank you very much for all your support. And hopefully we'll see you at an in-person event when things goes well. So that's pretty much it that I wanted to share. Back to you, Serena.
All right. Thanks, guys. So we have come to the end of Community Day ASEAN 2021. Stay safe and have a joyous, festive celebration with your family and friends, and have a great rest of the 2021. And we will see you guys very soon.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
I'm from Singapore. From Vietnam.
AWS User Group Thailand.
I'm an AWS Community Builder.
I run the user group in Singapore as a community hero.
I'm an AWS Community Builder.
I love AWS community.
Go AWS.
I'm so proud that all the group members are very proactive to support each other.
I'm really passionate about making artificial intelligence and machine learning more accessible.
I'm also one of the AWS machine learning heroes around the world.
It's a global, positive and diverse community.
ผมเป็น Amazon Web Service Community Hero ประจำประเทศไทยนะครับ
The love of the technology and the friendship in the community.
Go AWS.